Hello. How goes it over there? Those of you. Hello, 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 hello. Just doing a quick warm up, and then we'll get straight to the character design part. I just wanted to warm up my limbs here, my artistic limbs. I just wanted to get something real quick. Let me see here. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm just doing a quick gesture study real quick. Just wanted to get something out of the way before I start doing the character design part. Like here and here. Okay, and then shoulder. Just gotta go up like this one, around here. There we go. Now the hand is a little too high, so I'm gonna grab that root. I went too low. So we're gonna grab this part and then be like about there. Just enough so we can see the eyes. It's all about perspective. Usually how they get around perspective is that I kind of realize, and I'm starting to realize this more, don't do it the way I do it. The way you're supposed to do it is use boxes, because boxes are more precise shape compared to circles. Like I traditionally can do the circle part, like the circle stuff, but I think the best way to really get that preciseness is to use squares, because that seems like it's the best way of keeping things as precise as possible. But for this to work, you need to use squares. You can't be just drawing squares loosely. You have to, well, you can, but then again, it really depends on your experience. So like for instance, if I'm drawing this and I was taking a square, I always have to think of it like a plane like this, right? And then the neck is a square, right? And then every time I want to move the body square like that. And the more you do this often, the more precise your perspective would be. Like that. And then this is the let me see. Like that. It's all about perspective. So if you really want to learn perspective, I suggest learn with squares. And then see how much more you see how much more in perspective everything is, because you're using precise shapes. Now when it comes to more roll like circular body shapes, like the body, like the shoulders and the joints, 9 times out of 10 you will have to use a circle. But that's just to let you know where the joints are, right? So like here, if you know how to overlap, then this makes it easier or foreshorten. See? Now, I suggest anyone who's having a problem with perspective, and I'm not talking about backgrounds and shit, I'm talking about just putting a character in posing. If you're having a hard time with this, I suggest do everything in squares. Is this your dream job? No. My dream job is actually working for a game company right now. I just realized the thing's hold on. I'm on. Hold on. Mute this. Mute. There we go. All right. So yeah. So like, what type of game would you like to work on? Something RPG. RPG game, card game, anime based. I would like to work on something like that. I don't I don't really care for working for a triple A title type stuff. I don't mind working for an indie dev as long as they pay me for my work. That's it. I'm not expecting free work. My dream job is to be for Mappa. I mean, oh, okay, for Studio Mappa, huh? Yeah, they make some crazy animations. Let's see here. I can see that. But this is how you keep things in place by keeping it in a 3D form. Just like my previous drawings here. Now, with my previous drawing from yesterday that you guys watched me did the other day, the reason I was able to really match or even enhance the drawing with more life is because I'm getting to understand perspective as more and more as time goes by. I recently started changing. Hold on. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. 1 second.
Emperor of Wandenreich and Walk. You mean RPGs like Warframe and the Souls games?
No, RPG is like Final Fantasy. JRPGs, let's put it that way. I think I should say that instead. Because like saying RPGs could be pretty broad. If you say JRPGs, then yeah. Or JRPGs that are inspired wise, I guess you can say. Character design wise, it doesn't have to be an RPG. It could be like an indie type game that has to do like with something anime aesthetic, something. It doesn't matter what it is. That's where I really shine in mainly for most people. So like I suggest to do something like that. Uh so like when you're drawing anything in perspective, you have to keep in mind that the boxes are your friend. That's more important than the circle being your friend. I think the circle method, how I always do it with the whole gearbox thing. I'm starting to think this is not a problem, but this is more of an introductory of trying to understand form. Because I always teach you guys the thing with the gearbox and making a face and a head. It works, but it doesn't keep things too precise. And I'm starting to realize this now as I go on, because it's a great method of getting you started on the fact that I'm trying to understand form. But I think what really hits home to help anyone is to uh is to do things in squares. I've been watching a lot of Japanese artists do work online for a while now, for the last like month and a half. And I'm starting to realize that when they make bodies, they don't do the circle method. They use squares. That's how they keep things precise. So this whole time when I've been eyeballing shit in the circle method, it's been more difficult because everything's more rounded off. So that's why you end up getting these characters that's usually like leaning away half the time. So if I was you or anyone who's having trouble with perspective, I've seen that image. Let me see. Like this is an image from Rhino Tuna. Um. Let me see. He's one of my teachers that I've learned from his course. Um. The thing is, I suggest if you really want to level up your skills and want to get good at drawing, I suggest use boxes because and learn how to use foreshortening while doing those boxes. So like for instance, when I drew this right here, I'm gonna put like this method like this, and then I'll put the other half of the like this.
Emperor of Wandenreich and Walk. I'm not good at faces.
It doesn't really have to be good at faces. Like Faces, it's not as difficult as you may think. It's just faces. It really depends on what you want. Do you want something anime or do you want something really realistic? That's the question. Once you start realizing you just want something more stylized, like anime, it's a lot easier to draw faces because you're not trying to actually capture the idea of realism. You're just trying to capture the stylization of that, and then you can kind of like increase or decrease whatever you're trying to emphasize on that. Let me see.
I don't like realism.
So what you should do is focus more on. You should do more practice on heads, more often. I have a tutorial on that very thing, but it's kind of old. So if you rather wait for me do a tutorial on that for another YouTube video, which I will do, not on live but on a YouTube video, I suggest just wait for that or something. See how I'm using boxes as I go, and see how more precise it feels when you watch. Cylinders for the arms here, but boxes for like the chest and the lower half of the body or so. So if I was you, I would say to anyone, learn boxes. Boxes make it a lot easier to keep things in perspective. And it'll teach you, you're actually learning three things at once. First, you're learning foreshortening. Then you're keeping your shapes intact with try to be as precise as possible with your squares. You know, and then the next thing you're going to be doing is what's the right word? You're keeping things precise based on the squares, right? You're learning foreshortening, and you're trying to keep your squares as precise as possible, so it makes it think because squares is such a precise shape. Even though if you were to draw it very loosely, with little to no problem, you still feel like I know what direction this is going. Unlike a circle, you don't have any direction; it just goes anywhere. Um, and I think the problem with this is that circles tend to make the drawing a lot more harder to read. Um, I don't think it helps the artist too much or the beginner too much because it's hard to distinguish what direction you're going. The gearbox does kind of do this, but it doesn't do it precisely. It kind of just gets you it kind of just gets you ready. It doesn't really, get you in a precise manner. So that's why I'm able to draw this now because my brain is getting used to looking at things in boxes. It's because I've been watching them anime artists and anime animators do Japanese artists and Japanese animators. The way they draw is usually in squares, and I understand now. I even learned that from my teacher Rhino Tuna. He used squares. I don't care for that at all. I don't even know about that. I really don't give a shit. I don't watch that bitch. I don't know about Jack films. I don't know about a thing about that. I've been hearing some shit, but I don't care. That's not my problem. Trust me, whatever's going on with Sniper Wolf will be fixed. Mainly because she's a woman, but it will be fixed one way or another. Men are going to simp for her somehow and send her money anyway, whether she's demonetized on. I knew about him because him and I think PewDiePie had some type of beef. Because I think PewDiePie didn't like that. He kept on copying his videos or some shit. And then that was like kind of the end of it when Pew's like pointed it out or something. But I don't know if they still don't talk or whatever the case may be, but that's some issue. What's your favorite anime artist, animators? My favorite artist, or you wait. They could be both, but um. Okay, when you say artist, are you talking about just an artist, or are you just talking about an animator? Because those are two different things. Two different things. Or for artists, I already have a bunch of Instagram artists. They're all right here. Hold on. It's Rhino Tuna, Pororo. Alright, there he is. Pororo, Rhino Tuna, Lack Illustrated, and Roita. Those are the four for me on Instagram when it comes to artists. Animators, anyone who can do Sakuga. If you can do Sakuga anime, then you're anything Sakuga related. I'll you're my favorite already. I don't even need to know your name. If you can do Sakuga animation, we're good, because that's already a hard thing I think to do action wise. But given all the what the fuck. Damn, you're stupid. Hold on. Shit won't open. Now, like right here, like these are all the artists that I follow that inspire me to get into drawing. Not them per se, but I really. Yeah, Lack is great. Lack Illustrator is one of my favorite because he does like work for like Fate Stay Night, the game, mobile game, or so. All these artists are people who I follow personally. And Lukin Pasowski, I think his name is. He does great work. I like all their works, but it'll be those four per se, because with Pororo, he has like a comic book anime style that really stands out. It really stands out for like most people. Like it's just really it's really distinct. Like I like anime character, like anime artwork that is really distinct. I don't like it when it looks generic. When I see your artwork being generic, I don't say anything. I just keep it to myself. Once it looks generic, I don't want nothing to do with it. When I say generic, I'm talking about like, okay, like ever watch like an anime that's like the art is nothing that amazing to look at because you've seen it in like a previous show before, like a what do you call it? A fucking what do you call those like a harem or like a ecchi, when it's like really like the animation's kind of like really low budget ish. It's not high budget like Jujutsu Kaisen and all them. Those are high budget type animes because that would just a distinct look, just like My Hero Academia. They all have distinct looks and have their own like personality based on look, on aesthetic. I like the first thing that gets me into an anime is based on their art style, and then the second is the story, third is the characters, and then anything else after that. So you gotta, for me, it's really based on art style. I'll do one more pose and then I'm gonna go straight to the character design because I have to go do that. So like for instance, as I'm making this head right here, this round circle, the character is looking at a slight angle, so I'm going to put it in a square like this.
Soul Eater was that one series for me.
Yeah, Soul Eater had a distinct look. So the guy who made Soul Eater is the same guy who made Fire Force, and I think some other show, but I can't think of it right now. But for me, it was like I where it fell off from me for Soul Eater was when they made Soul Eater not. That shit was so annoying. It had really nothing to do with the actual characters. It was just a bunch of cameos, and it was just an absolutely nothing burger. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know anyone who said, "My God, I really love Soul Eater not." It was just the greatest thing. Like, One, not only that they changed the art style completely, but like the story didn't really fucking matter. Like it had nothing to do with the characters, nothing to do with the Kishin.
Do you have siblings?
Yes, I do. I do have siblings, but like it had nothing to do with the story. That shit made me mad. Definitely Soul Eater. Yeah, definitely Soul Eater for me. It really pissed me off when I watched the Soul Eater not. So I was like, okay, maybe people who are talking bad about it doesn't really. Maybe they're talking about something completely different. When I watched it, I'm like, they said exactly what it was. It was ass. It was a waste of my time. It didn't have no meaning at all. It was just pushing this weird, strange agenda of like some type of low key lesbian romance between like three girls per se. One's a ditz and one's like a some type of like one's a ditz and the other one is like some type of fucking uh princess thing.
Man, I remember the exact time when it released.
Wasn't that back in 2005? No, not 2005. I think like 2006, 2007. I think it was 2007.
Omega Kill. That really annoyed me.
Yes. Like they was really pushing something that no one even give a shit about. Like nothing wrong with lesbian relationships, but that shit is just very strange. I'm like, what is like I feel like this has nothing to do with the original artist. That I think they just took the name and just ran with it. That's trying to push an agenda. Like if they're just pushing the idea with the Soul Eater because they know the fan base is gonna come and watch it, but like no one gives a fuck about this. Like I was like, what the fuck? Like I don't know. It was very strange. I like they didn't talk about the Kishin. They didn't talk about any about that. Like fuck, bro. I don't know. So the problem with I've been getting with the whole Soul Eater thing is that apparently Soul Eater is a alternate version or alternate universe from Fire Force, and apparently people are saying that I don't know how true this is. This is just what I've heard, but based on the manga. But apparently that um Shinra made Soul Eater, which I get that. I was told how that happened, but the problem with that is how is that possible when
WTF is Soul Eater not?
Soul Eater oh man. So Soul Eater Not is a spin-off story talking about some girl who's a weapon. I think she's a weapon. And she has this issue where she can't fully change into a weapon properly because she's still kind of new to it. Because I guess her power is awakened pretty like not late, but like they just awakened pretty not late, but just like awakened just recently. So she I guess asked her parents if she can go to the DWA, the Meister's Academy thing. Which she got to go. But the problem is, for some odd reason, I forgot how the story went on this. My finger's bleeding.
I read the manga for Fire Force.
Yes. Okay, bro. Um. Yeah. So like, apparently she has a. I wouldn't say she has a problem, but she has a problem like changing into weapon. I don't know if it's just anxiety. I think it's anxiety. I don't think there's any special reason. Not like My Hero Academia. She just has like this terrible anxiety thing, or something like that. I guess she gets nervous or some shit. And I forgot how the story goes on this one, but she was supposed to be paired up with like a Meister because every weapon gets a Meister. I think that's what it is. I think every weapon gets a Meister partner. But her situation is a little different because she ended up getting two Meisters at one. I think I forgot what was the reason how she got two, and they just one happens to be a busty ditz, and the other one is like a flat-chested royal bitch for no reason. So she's royalty, but she has the abilities to have like be a meister, but she has to take care of her country or some shit or some shit like that, right? And apparently there's some innuendos, not innuendos per se.
Something their soul wavelength or Sammy.
Yeah, something with the soul wavelength between the weapon and the other two girls are pretty similar or some shit like that. Some convoluted shit. And that's not even the problem because it still sticks with the whole Meister thing. The problem is that the show depends on cameos of characters that we do give a shit about instead of characters we don't give a shit about or don't even care for because they're not the characters that we came here for. So you're thinking to yourself, maybe might get good at this point because we see the characters from the previous shows, maybe they'll not make more than a cameo, they'll have more significance to the story. They don't. They really truly do not. They're just there to pass by and say hi. Oh, and for some odd reason, the main character has a major hard-on for fucking Maka because we have to make Maka sound like a boss bitch. I don't know why. Like, nothing wrong with Maka Alburn because I guess her mom was really like, well, they always mention her mom but never show what her moms look like. But because Maka is like, I guess, I wouldn't say the word senior, but she's there for a while and then she's not really much known. I don't know if this takes place after or before Soul Eater, the anime, after the Kishin incident. I don't think so. I think it's like within that time. So maybe you guys can correct me on that. I don't know if that's within the time of the Kishin incident or this was after the Kishin incident when Maka punched the fuck out of that, which was probably the most dumbest thing I've ever seen. I'm not gonna lie, the animation was fluid and awesome, but the very fact that she punched the Kishin in the face because she used the power of friendship really pisses me off. When that's the only thing I hate about. Okay, within the time. Okay, good. Because with like what I hate most about that part is that this is what I don't like about shonen. That's the only thing I hate about shonen, and I understand the whole friendship thing is supposed to be like a life lesson type thing, but let's be honest, we don't put as much emphasis on our friends as anime does. We just don't. I know we're Americans. We compartmentalize our friends in certain situations, but we're never like, my friends are my power type nonsense. Like, what the fuck? No. 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 Like, I know that works for anime because anime is, I wouldn't say the word is cringy, but like it is just accepted that way over the time of life. But let's be honest. Men don't go to the gym to say, man, I'm really getting stronger from my friends. No, they're getting strong for a bitch they want to fuck, or or they just don't want to get fucked with. Either two things. It's either one of those two things. It's either one of those two things. It's not really because my friends. Like, I'm not playing this game with y'all. Let's not play this. No one sits there and says, my friends is my power. The whole time, the One Piece was just the friends we had along the way. No. There better be some treasure or some shit at the end of this. This is because, like, no. It's not working. This is not going to work. This is not, no. I didn't sign up to watch 1,010 episodes to tell me my friends are my power. No. I'm going to throw these people off this ship right now. I will disband this team now if you tell me this. I'm just calling for what it is. I'm not even trying to be an ass. Like, no dude is sitting there. Like, let's be honest. Ask any dude right now who's in the gym. What got you in the gym? Either they was bullied, or they wanted the girl they wanted, but they was not looking exactly the way she wanted it. He's not looking the way that she probably wanted him to look, so he went to hit the gym. Or if one of those two things, anime. And when I say anime, they're referring to Goku. Because this is, like, you don't walk up on a dude who's in the gym. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. Yes, freaking listen. Okay. Fairy Tail is a great anime, yes, but always making the friends as your main weapon is like lame as hell, bro. I don't know what's going on with the Japanese on this, but like I don't even, like if you I don't think Japanese people hold friendships like that the way that anime does. I just don't think so. Yes, I'm pretty sure they honored their friends and honored their loved ones or whatever the case may be, but I don't think they hammer on the friendship thing like that the way anime does. It's almost like a PBS segment. Like it's just oh bro, it's so annoying, bro. Don't get me wrong. I have no problem with the whole friendship is power thing sometimes. I really don't. Because sometimes it just kind of fits with certain anime, and I get that. Like, shit, I don't even think. I know Kingdom Hearts is known for this. Kingdom Hearts is notorious for this very thing, too. But, like, that kind of is expected because, like, it's a Disney. It's a Disney-esque Final Fantasy game. So I'm not even mad at that part. It just. It just it is what it is. Like come on, you got Donald and Goofy. You're trying to really make seriousness out of Disney s characters that's in a show with anime characters. It's kind of makes sense. That's why, even though sometimes the dialogue in Kingdom Hearts could be very cringe, you kind of just like accept it for what it is and then be like, it is what it is. It's Kingdom Hearts. That's kind of expected. But when you're like watching, like say, like Death Note, and then let's just using Death Note as an example, and then Light like Yagami's like, you know, I've been killing all these people all this time, but you know, I really value my friends because my friends is my power. Like, stop, man, stop. It hurts. Like, stop, bro. Like, please. Can you just say you hate the bitch or something? Like, just hate everyone. I don't care. Jesus Christ, like stop. Like it's shit like that makes me not want to bring anime to my friends or to my loved ones or even talk about it because most of them have a preconception of a preperception of what anime is, either something extremely weird or something really cringe or just something really Japanese. But like this is where I also say anime isn't for kids. Anime is for kids when it's mainstream per se, like Pokemon or some shit like that. But no, I think majority of most anime is not for children. But we're gonna play it off as it is. I remember growing up as a kid watching anime on Adult Swim frequently, and if you ever like stop and watch those shows, the majority of them was not for no fucking kids because it was on Adult Swim, right? And even on Tanami, when it was for kids, it was still not for kids. Like fucking, they had Yu Yu Hakusho at one point, I think, on Tanami. They had Mobile Suit Gundam. They had all the Gundam shows. Wasn't primarily for kids, but because it was in robots, no one gave a shit. It didn't matter if they had a gruesome death into the Gundam outfit, like the Gundam suit. Like if someone died in it, it was either extremely gruesome or it was just that's it. That's it. Like literally, if you stop and think of it, like Gundam Wing was a literal terrorist trying to revolutionize or do a revolutionary situation. Like now thinking about that, like it was talking about political story. It was a like all majority of all Gundams is like political and a lot of talking, right? It was a lot of talking as a kid. You know, like as a kid, your attention span is like, where's the big robot, right? But really, it was a lot of talking about political, geographical stuff going on and social political stuff going on at the same time, metaphorical shit. Like for kids, this was playing for kids, right? Shit, now kids are into that shit in the most weirdest way ever now. And not even for the right reasons. They're just in it because someone told them that you have to be upset because someone on Twitter told them, said something to them, or they learned a word that they don't really understand. Like all these isophobes and ists and all these things that you hear for with these words and phobic and all that shit. You didn't even hear these words even in the 90s like that. Like on these shows. Those words did not exist till like late 2012 or 13. It was weird. I don't even think most kids nowadays know their history like that. I think majority of them think the world started in like the 90s, and then from that point on, I don't think most kids know what the 70s, 80s, 60s, 70s, 90s, 40s.
They really didn't know what was airing.
Really, they didn't.
Then again, my TV in Europe aired Ranma 1/2 and that had full-on titties.
Yeah, and like the perfect Gundam show that really went on the radar. There was two of them. One was literally for kids, and that was ass. I mean, like, but this is when the time where 3D animation was really getting its grassroots at the time, I believe, because of things like Toy Story. So they had like, I think it was called Gundam SD. I think it was a mini series of Gundams, like Chibi Gundams. What did I come across on? It was like a mini series of like Gundam, like like Chibi Gundams, and I forgot what the story was about. It was some kid who rode like on these stupid roller skates. If you guys know what I'm talking about, it's like roller skates, right? And within the roller skates, he found some sort of Gundam, and I think it was the Gundam Wing Gundam per se. But these Gundams can talk, and there was chibi and cute for some odd reason. I forgot what was the main story behind that whole thing, but it was like it barely has any resonance in my mind. It was like it briefly came up and never was ever mentioned ever again on Cartoon Network. It was strange. It was really strange. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think you can look it up on YouTube. If you put in Gundam X SD, it was literally what that was. It was just a anime on popular Gundam mobile suits that are chibi, and they're hang out with this kid. I forgot his name. And the overall story is something about the government trying to take the Gundams away or some shit. I think that was the most kid-friendly thing ever because it was not talking about political climate shit at all or revolutions or anything like that. It was literally a cute 3D-esque anime show that had like 8 episodes, I think. If max 10, 5 to 10 episodes, I think, and then never heard of it ever again. Never again. But there was one anime, Gundam anime, that really I think took storm, but a lot of kids don't talk about, or at least a lot of those I don't notice talk about, but do respect. It is Gundam, G Gundam. That was a good one because it was not focusing too much on political shit. If anything, they talk about the interpersonal relations between the main character and his friends and what was going on. So how they did this, and I think this is how they got on the radar. Instead of talking about political shit, they just made all the Gundams like if you had a Gundam, you had to. It was like an arena like tournament thing. So like if you had a Gundam and you fought another one with a Gundam, you had to like, I guess, agree to the terms of the fight. And for some odd reason, these people will be in a whole country, and then when they agree to fight each other, for some odd reason, they'll put like gates around the entire world. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Those who saw G Gundam, they'll put like a whole gate, like a wrestling match, like a wrestling like ring around the whole world. That shit always kind of threw me off. I'm like, you guys are in that world, in the Earth, and like in one state, and you're not even that big to the point that you're not on top of like the. It was really strange. Hello. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just so distracted. I'm so distracted by this conversation. It's like I'm not even paying attention how I'm drawing this. I'm just literally drawing, but I'm not paying attention. You guys probably noticed that. I'm not even paying attention to what the fuck I'm drawing. Shit. I'm sorry. I was not even paying attention to what the fuck I was drawing. Yeah, I like that part. I never understood. Like whenever they was getting into a fight, they'll put brackets around the Earth to, I guess, indicate to the world that there's a Gundam fight or some shit. But I'm like, okay, I get that, but I don't get why it has to be around the whole Earth. Shouldn't the brackets be like around the area that the Gundams are fighting in? That would have made more sense. Cause like it's not the Gundams are like fucking huge to the point that they're like big as the Earth. Like like this is not Gurren Lagann. You know what I'm saying? We're not giant robots sitting on giant universes. Like you know what I'm saying? Like literally in Gurren Lagann, they literally sat or was standing on other universes, punching each other with other universes, like galaxies and shit. That right there. So that was something that always threw me off. I'm like, that don't make much sense, Chief. But you know, we were kids. We don't really question shit. Hey, come on, teach me. Love your nostalgic. Like it's weird. I'm sorry. Like it's just I know that sometimes when I go on my rants, it could be kind of funny and strange. But like I gotta pay attention to what I'm doing. I get too distracted by what I'm talking about, and then I lose all sight of what the hell we were supposed to be doing. But I don't know. There was some things about anime that was kind of threw me off a lot. Um, I'm surprised that of all the anime games or anime Gundam games, they never mentioned the female Gundam at all. You notice that? Like the one time that they mentioned the female Gundam was in Gundam G Gundam. And for some odd reason people really hated that model. Does anyone remember that? It was in G Gundam. They had a female version of the Gundam of the G Gundam. I think it was the G Gundam. It had hair and it was like wearing a Sailor Moon's like outfit. Yo, what's up? Hey, bro. What's going on, my dude? I love Infinity. What's up, bro? It was so weird because I was like, Yeah, yeah. I'm typing right now. No shit. I'm not kidding. There was a lot of people don't remember this. There was a female Gundam. Like a gendered female Gundam. Female G Gundam. Model. A lot of people don't remember. Yeah, there. There.
She technically does exist in the Versus games.
Where? I have never seen it. I gotta
Gundam.
look that up then. Here on. Domon fought her. Shit, where is it? This is the model, but where's the cartoon? There was. Hold on. Shit, hold on. No shit, I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking around. There was a female version. Let me go to the Google. Female Gundam model. G-Gun. Oh. Gundam. Is it Gundam or goddamn? I can't never. So, there it is. Right there. That was in G Gundam. Noble Gundam Bandai H2 figure.
Literally a Sailor Moon.
Yeah, it was literally a Sailor Moon's Gundam. No shit, it was literally a Sailor Moon Gundam. It was in the anime. I think Domon fought this lady. She had a similar Gundam to his. Oh yeah, and hers was a whip. It was not even a sword. It was a literal whip. And I think he beat the brakes off this bitch, I think. If I remember right. If I remember right, I think he beat the brakes off this bitch. I'm not even kidding. It almost looks like now looking at it now, it looks like a meme. It looks like a meme. I'm not kidding. Like a gendered meme version, but it's really real. It's a real thing in the anime. It just like And nothing's really wrong with it, to be honest. It's nothing wrong with it. It's just funny how no one remembers this. I think she liked Domon. The pilot liked Domon, I think, for whatever reason. The main character. I think she was jealous of Ray or some shit like that. His love interest. I never like Ray's lips. Like I never like putting lipstick on anime women. I never like putting lipstick on anime women. They always look much older than they should. Like she will look like literally 18. Once you put lipstick on her, she looks literally 45. It's fucking strange. And it's just a straight it's a small change. And it's not even like a big one. It's like a small change. It's like for odd reason. And I think what anime has done is like it has warped our brains to think whenever a woman has like well, not a woman per se, but anime women have a lipstick on, they look much older than they should, and I think they associate to every older woman with lipstick. So whenever we see like an anime character who's like a female and she's at a certain age, like she's like 20, 25, and she puts on like any type of lipstick, she looks older than she should. Was this you? No, no, not as a gag. No, no, no. It was literally part of the anime. It was in the anime storyline. He fought this bitch and broke the brakes off this hoe. I don't. I forgot why. I think he won and beat her ass. I think. I'm not remember. I can't remember for the death of me, but I know this was in the anime. For some reason, this took resonance in my brain as a kid, and it's not like it was a problematic at all. But like, it was just kind of weird how she was mentioned once, brought once, and never saw her ever again. That one episode, which was interesting because I thought she was gonna have a prominent story, like role in the anime per se, because well, she had a female-looking Gundam to Domons. So I thought that's gonna mean something, but apparently not. I'm not kidding. This is legit real. Like you can check this up in G Gundam. And I think it gave it titties. Did it give it titties? No, no, no. I didn't give it titties. I thought it gave it titties. I was about to say. That's wild, bro. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. Hold up. What is this? Yeah, so like it's that's the thing about this all right, let's get down to business. We're supposed to be doing the thing. I'm getting distracted now. Let's get to the character design. Okay, so as far as we see, I did the body type. We did the body type, and now we did the head and expressions. And then we did the overall standing, like if it was in a video game. Honestly, if this was more a video game, I don't think our arms would be sticking like this. I think one arm will be down and one arm will be sticking out. So like, if I remember right, in most video games or at least in anime, per se, I think how this would work is that it would be like. Let me see. Said hold on. Let me turn this shit down, bro. Turn it down anymore because I'm not trying to get copyrighted again. This is some bullshit. If they gave the Gundam titties, then I'm sure it would fire rockets. It did actually. She did shoot rockets from her chest. I'm not kidding. I think actually she not only I think that she only shoot rockets from her chest, but she shot rockets from under her skirt too. I believe. No, I don't think it was used as a gag. To be honest, I think it was legit. But I think because people hated I think people hated that character for some odd reason. It was very odd. I didn't think she was too problematic at all, but for some weird people did not like, didn't take well to this female Gundam. I think it was just the character, not because she was female. I think if I remember right, most like the arm will be like kind of like to itself like this, and the arm will stick out like that. If I remember right, like this is how they'll have their arm sticking out more out like outwards, like about here, in most character design sheets or so. If I remember right, or so. But yeah, so we got the body. I still don't like the body type too much. I feel like this is too widened. I think I should have made this a little bit more smaller. The chest, the this area of the chest, or at least the upper half of the body. I think this should have been a little bit more slendered instead of so widened, because it makes her a bit more older than she should. And I think the shoulders are a little bit too much space here, but then again, we can fix that later in time. Now we also did the clothing, both front and back, which came out pretty cool. We did designs of the clothing. Let me see. So we did all, well, not all. We did all the designs, but we did them like all back and front all the way. Let me see. Okay. We gave her like a somewhat tattoo thing going on with her. I would actually add more to this. So wrap around the breast here. Or something like that. Something to that factor, but we'll figure that out later. So we put the tattoos on her for her, like, I guess, ultimate mode or whatever the fuck. How did you get the design so perfect? I'm still kind of new to art. So what I did is I used a tool called a symmetrical tool to keep things 100%. A lot of anime artists use this when they're doing VTube rigging or VTube character creations or just to keep things symmetrical. So how this works is when you use this tool, I put it directly in the middle of the character. Well, not in the middle of drawing it, but you make the line first. Then you start drawing because it does whatever it does like this on both sides, so I don't have to draw both sides on the same. I don't have to switch every time. So like if I wanted to draw like the eyes per se, or like the head, let me use an example. If I want to draw the head, all I'd do is like literally 1, 2. See, like it just stays in place because whatever I do on one side, it'll literally mimic the other side. But this only works in certain situations. It doesn't work for every situation. It only works when you're trying to keep things symmetrical, like front and back. And that's it. It doesn't really work for side to side like that. I've never seen anyone use a symmetrical tool for side to side at all, or 3/4, because it's just virtually impossible to do that. Well, not impossible, but like if you're trying to do something really specific, it might work, but it depends. But you're just gonna frustrate the fuck out of yourself. Um, but yeah, we put it in the tattoos. The tattoos is for her, I guess, ultimate mode or some shit. I'll still have to figure that shit out. Now with the outfits we was working on, which where is it? What is this? What is this? Oh, there it is. I was like, it's just a useless. This is nothing. Okay. Now I'm gonna put this on. Okay. No, there we go. Now we have the clothing here. We have the red one. I'll turn it down because I know it's hard to see it. So I'm going to turn this down real quick. like that. So you can see the outfit a little bit more perfectly. Um, I'm not gonna lie, she's supposed to be an elf type gypsy, but like I kind of noticed that gypsies are kind of dressed like pirates in some form because they're traveling nomads in Europe. I don't know if they still exist per se. Let me see here. That's one. And then like here. And then there's the second version of the outfit. I know it's hard to see. Let me zoom in for you guys there. Maybe it might be easier. And then we did a more. This looks too prostitute-y type, bartending type thing going on, like a broth house type thing going on. I don't think this one's going to stay too much. And then this is more, I think, the speed I'm kind of running with. I think this is a better version compared to the other two. This is more revamped version of the old thing I had originally. This is what she looked like before when we first created her, right? This is what she originally looked like when we first made her like a week or two ago. And I feel like this works, but it doesn't work. So I had to make some changes, and especially body wise, I made her look like she had muscles, but that was not the point. She was supposed to be like a belly dancing type thing. But it ended up being more disliked in my head the more I kept on looking at it. So I said, let me make some changes. I made more conservative changes on it to make the clothing have some significance to the character. So what I did is I made sure that if the clothes are going to be they have to have some type of like functionality, or at least have some reason. For this one, it's like for belly dancing, for like perfect for let's say certain missions. She has to go on a certain mission to, I don't know, assassinate someone per se. So she has to like come off as a belly dancer to get closer to her target, or what the case may be. Whether it be this one with the pants, or more this one more lingerie looking ish. I took some inspiration from others from not only just Pinterest, but more like a Final Fantasy type character. Let me see. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. I think it's more easier to see. There it is. So that makes it easier to see. There's more like a desert like thing going on here. More summery, not summery, but more like in the more hotter places. So like for instance, this is the revamped version of the original. So what makes this one different is that there's runes at the edges of, or at the ends of the puffy whatever the puffy sleeves here. So the runes help buff or at least enhance her abilities by like what, 5? Let's just say like like RPG, like 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus here, and then 5 plus here. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20 to 5, 30. That's 30 by 30 points or so. Hey, I appreciate it. Oh, and I just saw someone actually join. Thank you for the 21. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. That means a lot. I just now noticed. And thank you for the rose, I do appreciate it. Thank you, honey. Now, I don't know if she's going to be a magic user. If anything, if she's going to use magic, it's going to be very low. Because, like, if I were to make her into any role, she will be either under support or DPS. If she's DPS, let's just use Overwatch for example, like I did yesterday. Her life bar will be probably 200 or 250. Like a Tracer-esque type. I would say Tracer. I would say more like Sombra. She's fast, but she's not too fast. I think she will deal pretty good damage, but not too much. She's more emphasis on speed, given her that the light stuff she carries around. She has like one like one I gave her a pouch, like one pouch. I was gave her two, but I let Bride decide that one. I was gonna actually put two. I think it would be kind of more interesting if she had two. Um, but the one is fine though. It makes it much easier for her to move, I guess. I don't think I should have put two. Hold on, let me see something. Uh, hold up. So if I copy, paste, and then flip, oop, over there. This is how she would look if she had two of them. It would, I think it would be pretty interesting if she had two. Not gonna lie. Maybe in time. Probably might get her two. But I think one is just fine. But it would look really interesting if she had two. I don't think it look too stupid. As long as if you make the pouches pretty small, it will not be problematic. But if they're like pretty bulky like this, it will look kind of funny. Not gonna lie. I would have made them a bit smaller. I would take this half here. If they're gonna be two, I would take the half off. Because you don't want your character looking like there's a lot going on. You don't want to do that in character design. You want your character to be as simple as possible and readable as possible. Because the thing is, we have to do the silhouette thing. Like, you have to make sure the silhouette makes sense. If the silhouette looks like a big blob, you can't figure out what the hell you're looking at, you have to go back to the drawing board. I'm pretty sure most of you have heard this in some form, whether it be video games, animation, just overall character design. I think that's the first initial thing you should do is make your character into a silhouette and then see how they look in the silhouette. If you cannot distinguish what they look like in the silhouette, honestly, then you have to go back to the drawing board. They're not as memorable as you probably may think. Now, how this works is you just don't put them in a silhouette, them standing like this. You put them in a silhouette, them doing a pose. If you can figure out what they're doing in the pose, at least. If you can at least figure out what they're doing in the pose, at least, then you're more golden than you think. You got yourself something special in your hands. And another thing you don't want to do is make your character look too symmetrical. That could be problematic. So, let me see. You don't want your character to be too symmetrical. What I mean by this is every item has to be exactly the same. What I mean by this is, you see how I have one pouch here, and then I have the dagger or the weapon or the whatever whip thing over here. Not two whips right here and two pouches and two runes here and then two equally placed earrings. No, I put two earrings, one here. I put one pouch here because you want your eyes to move and have rest. You don't want everything to be equal. This is how you make things look interesting without being too interesting. So like the feet are the same. So your eyes is moving from here, then to here, then it rests pretty much here, and then you go here, right here in the middle because there's nothing else. So it's like 1, 2, 3, and then 4, and then to the face. And then I made sure when I made her little headband thing, there's only like this little patch thing, and then it was supposed to be like the little coin. None about that is symmetrical. Mostly the more unsymmetrical something looks, the more interesting it becomes. But you need to have balance with that as well. it's really hard to do per se. I still struggle with this, but the more asymmetrical something is, the more interesting it becomes. But you need to balance that interestingness with reason. If you don't do that, you're going to have a bunch of random things that makes no sense. All right, so since we already got to the point where our character design looks, the next thing we need to do is the weapon, or front and back. Is the weapon. The concept weapon is the concept weapon overall is a whip. Um, this is not the final whip, but this is the concept what it's supposed to look like a typical whip with a dagger at the end that can be used for, I guess, I guess you could say mid to short range combat or long range. It can be, I would say mid to long range combat. If anything, it was a whip, depending how long the whip is. But that makes her at a disadvantage when it comes to short range. This is why I would give her a dagger at least as a last resort. So I gave her one dagger, probably one dagger, one whip. So I had 3 different variations of the whip, one with a hook, one with a blade, and then one that looks like a diamond, which is technically another blade, but it looks a little different. So there's variations of this. So you need to have variants of so you see what fits well. I would have not at least 3 of them, I would have at least 6. So you can really have yourself an option to pick which one really would fit well. And each of them have their own distinct look for their own distinct reasons. This one is the hook. I'm not gonna lie, it was inspired by Overwatch. I'm not gonna lie to you because of fucking Roadhog. Uh, I didn't think of it till like the last second when I saw it. I was like, oh wait, I could put a hook on this. But that probably would make it difficult to like fight because if it keeps hooking onto things, that would be really difficult. Unless she uses it like how Ichigo's what is it called? You know how Ichigo's Zanpakuto, he has like not two of them, but two Zanpakuto masters, I believe they refer to. Zangetsu and the other one. The evil looking version of Ichigo, how he uses the sword more like a chain instead of looking at using it as an actual whip when it was first introduced, when he first fought him. Something like that. Which was an interesting way of fighting, I'm not gonna lie. It was very interesting because it used the blade as like a whole like chain at the end with the ribbon at the end of it that keeps it all like it was very strange. It was a different way of fighting. Okay, let me see here. Now these are her blades. One thing about it now, it looks kind of ridiculous. It looks like it would do. I don't think it's all that conventional. So all I'll do is make one other blade. Yeah, he was because like the way he had the hollow Ichigo. I forgot the king. I forgot what his fur to his actual name. You guys might remind me on that. Um, he used it like a chain. It was very interesting on how he did that. All right, so let me see here. Let's look at some daggers. I think I don't want to give her anything too crazy. It has to be pretty balanced. Your character has to be balanced, especially in the weapons they're using. If you're not, if you just give them a big ass sword for like no reason, it's gonna break the immersion. It has to have good reason why they have a giant ass sword like Cloud. Uh, so like daggers like this could work. It could be those daggers that kind of curve. So I'll use this as like an inspiration type thing. right, like that. And then kind of like that. Let's see here. Okay, then I say here, and then I'll make some changes. It looks pretty cool, right? So what we'll do is make whatever change we need for this to look a lot more believable. And I think that's the thing about daggers. They're pretty, what's the right word? They're pretty diverse. You can make daggers into, you can make a dagger pretty well. It doesn't have to be like super straight or super curved. Some daggers are like a whole hook. Or what we can do is have like the dagger can be both the whip one way or another, because what we can do is do a ruby excuse me, we can do like a ruby, for instance, like how like one weapon is like one primary weapon is actually two weapons. So instead of the dagger she having both separate whip and dagger, we can just combine the two between the whip and the dagger. So what happens is the dagger, the base is the dagger, like that's the primary look of the weapon. But whenever she not upgrades, but whenever she feels like she's in danger or she needs to switch, she can literally press a button or say incantation or something like that to indicate the transformation between dagger and whip. And it's not a big change because um like there's the handle, right, and then you can just literally have it turn into a whip. You don't have to do much from that point, really. So it's not like a total loss if you don't or do. So that this is where just taking the time to understand these things could be more beneficial to you than it is to say, "Oh, that's too much work." You know, you can learn a lot if you just like take your time um, and don't overthink things, and just take them for what they are as you're making your weapon or whatever may be, or your characters. And this is why I would always say before you um, go and start doing any character designing, don't character design for the sake of character design. Character design with reason, or at least with purpose. So what this means is, if you're going to do a character design for like a portfolio, like what I'm doing, have a backstory. That's one thing I did not do. I would recommend anyone who's a wannabe character designer, artist, whatever. If you're doing something original per se, make sure that you have a story. Because if you don't have a story for your character, you're going to do this thing where you're kind of just like, I call it like creative ADHD nonsense. So what that means is, the more you keep going, and I had a friend who did this, and and this was the problem. He was talking about his anime or his webtoon or whatever, and he will talk about it, but he won't do designs on it, right? So what he'll do is he'll take his voice recorder, and then he'll tell to himself, like, note to self X, Y, and Z. Like Wizard Kelly from Prowl Family would do that shit. I think he'll do that a lot. He'll probably his voice recorder and just like record to himself to tell himself what he needed to do in the far future so he won't forget. And the problem with this is he put more work in just putting random shit in the voice recorder than actually like ironing out the stuff that he thought of So what will happen, there'll be contradictions within the stuff that he was making of the character or characters or whatever the world building he was doing, because he got so caught up in the idea of um he would get caught up so much in the idea of how cool that sounds and if it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? And uh, this is where this problem comes in for a lot of beginners. They focus on what sounds cool than what makes sense. Or so. And it's best to sit there, really think to yourself what makes your character interesting, where they're from, why they're the way they are, what is their tragedies, what is their mistakes, what is their what makes them unique, what makes them non-unique, what makes them uh problematic, what makes them not non-problematic, what's their accomplishments, what's their failures. You need to iron out what makes them flawed. The more flawed a character is, right way. I'm looking at you, Marvel. I'm looking at you, Disney. I'm looking at you, uh, DC. Um, what makes your character flawed? Because what the problem with, and I'm pretty sure most of you will agree with me with this, the problem with the idea of flawed characters in modern comics is that they make the preferences of the individual the whole personality, if you get the preferences part what I mean. They make the whole preferences part the superpower and the flawedness at the same exact fucking time. Oh, and if they're also politically like inclined, oh god. You know what I'm talking about. They make this like it's strange. They make this into the superpower and the flawedness at the same exact time. You can't do that. If anything, that's referred to as a curse or a monkey's palm, if you get what I'm saying. It's literally a monkey's palm. You don't want to do that. Right? So like if say someone's preference is their their flawedness, keep it that way. But don't make it into like a strength at the same time. It's very rare that works, and there's certain situations where that would work, but majority of the time it never works because it kind of contradicts itself a lot. Like I said, I'm looking at you, Disney. I'm looking at you, Marvel. I'm looking at you, DC. Straight up. This is where the Japanese realized this a long time ago. They realized this and knows this, that certain things the audience will not like is if something that's supposed to be a strength becomes a detriment weakness on a constant. It's just weird. It's weird. Is it a superpower or is it not? Is it a strength or is it a weakness? You know what I'm saying? So, I would say to anyone who's writing a character, make their weaknesses stay as weaknesses. This is why people like characters like Superman has been around for so long and now hated because people don't know, or some people don't understand the concept of Superman at all. Because the one thing with Superman is the same thing. Kryptonite, kryptonite, kryptonite. That is his weakness. Has always been his weakness. That stays his weakness. And magic per se, but which is funny. We never really go down that route with magic all that much in the movies at all. Magic is never used against this man.
Spider-Woman fighting is a bit odd to me, but hey, Marvel thought they was cooking and being empowering.
Yes, that shit is stupid. That is the most dumbest thing ever. I'm not gonna lie to you. Anyone tells you that a pregnant superhero is empowering is needs to be in a Sam asylum. I'm dead serious. That is the most irresponsible shit I ever heard. That is very irresponsible as hell. I don't care if any feminist hears this. I don't give a fuck. It's just, that doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. That is dangerous as hell. Why would you do this? That's how far gone these companies are. I blame fucking Larry Fink and his. Calm down. So like, it is what it is. It is what it is. That is so irresponsible as hell. I still don't support any of that. Like, I'm not saying that the character is a bad character from the Spider-Verse. I'm pretty sure that character is actually a good character, but because of that one specific thing that is very obviously stupid to put in there, it makes it very difficult to root for that character. Perfect example of how I know this, that's how dumb it is and how hypocritical that shit is. Michael Jackson put his fucking kids on the balcony and people lost their shit. Said he was irresponsible, he needs to lose those kids, X, Y, and Z. He did this, like, what, 30 years ago? Almost 30 years ago? I think it was almost 30 years ago. Or 20 or 30 years ago. He put his kids at the edge of the balcony. And people lost their shit, right? But for some god-awful reason, 10, 15 years ago, it's perfectly fine for a superhero to go around running around fighting people pregnant on a motorcycle, irresponsibly flipping around while pregnant. That makes no sense. You couldn't just take a day off. You can't take 9 weeks off. You really couldn't do this. There's no other superheroes in your universe that can like take up the slack for the time you're gone. You have to be Spider-Woman like at this moment. Like, are you serious? It's not that serious. Oh, and I remember they put that paraplegic one in the fucking movie. That was the biggest, funniest thing I ever saw. Like when they put the girl from the wheelchair. I know that the woman who wrote her, it was oh god. That shit was funny to me. They actually put her ass in the fucking movie. That was like, but you didn't put Japanese Spider-Man? Are you serious? You put her in it, but not Japanese Spider-Man? You know how funny it was if you pull out like a Glock? That would be funny as hell. Oh yeah, don't see, Brian knows what I'm talking about. Brian knows what I'm talking about. That shit's funny. That shit made me laugh so hard. I'm like, how did you, of all people, get in? Like, wow, the wokeness is strong. Like, but see that I'm not even gonna refer to Spider-Verse as woke, but it has its moments where it tries to creep in just like Spider-Man 2 with the woke shit, but not as heavily, which I do respect that. Um, I do respect that. At least they try to keep it as grounded as possible, reality as possible, but like and ignoring all the woke shit as best they could without it being super like. But it was funny as hell though. When I saw that, I was like, "What? Like how the?" I'm like, and what's worse, that character had the one of the worst sales ever. How did you get into the movie? That proves to me that Marvel don't give a literal shit. They don't give a shit. Or Sony and Marvel. I'm pretty sure Marvel had something to do with that because Marvel Comics was selling that, not Sony. Hello, Kristen. I'm confused. Why do you kids put Roblox in your name? Is it just to let other people know that you play Roblox? Is that what that is? I only seen this one demographic do this. I'm not making fun either. Okay. I would just always wonder that. I'm working on a dagger for the character we're working on. I'm seeing if I can I'm making this as the base dagger, and then I'm going to copy and paste and then make variants of the same dagger, so I don't have to keep drawing a dagger, a brand new dagger every time. We'll just make variant difference, so they're variants of the same dagger for the character. That's pretty much what this is. It's supposed to be an assassination type dagger or so. Looks sick. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm not making fun or anything. I just wondered because I was like, I kind of noticed that a lot of, I guess it's just a new thing now because I guess Roblox is pretty popular amongst kids, per se. I don't think all kids, but it's pretty popular amongst kids. And the thing about it is like, they put Roblox in their name. Really? I don't feel like it has been. Because like not a lot of people say like X gaming Fortnite. You know what I'm saying? I guess people will find that cringe. I guess it's more cringe to put like the word Fortnite in their name instead of putting Roblox. I guess because I guess Roblox is still like a niche, not too niche, but niche enough. It's not Minecraft-esque, but it's getting to that point. I guess. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. I think that makes sense. Wait, what the hell? I'm saying hour 38. What do you mean? What do you mean by that, bro? It's weird. I just want to understand what you meant. I'm not trying to be like combative. I just want to know what you meant by that. But yeah, I think the problem it's what Kevin what's his name? Who's running Marvel? What's his name? Fuck, what's his name? Is it Kevin something? What's his name? Shit, it just literally left my mind. Who's the dude who? Thank you for the rose. I do appreciate it. Kristen. Oh my god, I can't talk. Jesus. Kevin Feige. There we go. Like what Kevin Feige. I'm pretty sure he's shaking his boots because like they need to really ramp up getting to Secret Wars like now. Because the way the Marvels is looking, it's not. You know what's so ironic is that Brie Larson said she said per se, I think by Batum, she said white people need to move out of the way for minorities to get the X, Y, and B to get their shine or some shit. Or some shit like that she said. Some woke shit she said. Right? Yes, I played Warframe, but I don't know, so like it's not that I don't like it. I find it more fun than Destiny. I just never have the time to play it. Like, if I have to pick between Warframe and Destiny, I think I will pick Warframe. Destiny is a rich man's game, and I know you have to be. I don't think you have to be per rich to actually play Warframe, but if you want the cool shit, and I think that's usually just on aesthetic. I don't think it's about like gameplay. I think the gameplay still stays the same. Aesthetically, I think that's where the money goes in, which is fine because that's not like it doesn't fuck with gameplay. With Destiny, it does that a lot. It fucks with your gameplay because if you're not willing to shell out so much money for the game, you can't play certain maps or you can't play certain not maps, certain game modes anymore. I don't know if they changed that, but for me that was the most abysmal thing I ever seen. I can't play game modes anymore till I have to buy some stupid DLC. And I was like, bro, are you fucking serious? Like, I have to buy the DLC for me just to play with my friends, basically, on the base shit. That shit made me so mad. I was like, you know what? And that's not when I gave up. I got the DLC. But I realized this was a frequent thing that kept on happening, so I just gave up on Destiny. I literally gave up on the game. Thank you for the chili. I do appreciate it over there, Kristen. I'm about to say Christian. It's Kristen. Kristen. God damn. DLC. Yep. I'm not gonna lie. If you play Destiny 1, base Destiny 1, all the way to Destiny 2, and the most recent. Nope, they don't. Yep. What makes Miles interesting? Because what makes Miles interesting is that Miles is his own person. He's not Black Peter Parker. That's the difference. But Ademion said something that is true. I don't know if any of you know who that is. Ademion said something that is quite true. Miles Morales, Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man per se. He has Spider-Man powers. Don't get me wrong. He's been bitten by the thing and stuff. But he's not Spider-Man is not his thing. He said this and it made sense to me at first. I didn't get it, but when he said it, I was like, "Okay, that makes sense." His code name is Miles Morales. It's not Spider-Man. Cuz he made a point here where he said if you go see the toys in Walmart, there's Spider-Man, Spider-Gwen, and if you're talking about the first movie, it's the characters that you saw. But when you go to Miles, it's not Spider-Man Miles Morales. It's just Miles Morales. His his actual name is Miles Morales. It's very strange. Like I didn't think of it when he pointed out the way he did. At first, I thought it didn't make much sense, but when he explained it the way he did, I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Because a lot of people don't recognize Miles unless you say his name. Because when you say Spider-Man, you're not really thinking. You're not thinking of. You're not thinking of Miles. You're thinking of Peter first, and then when you say Miles Morales, then you're like, okay, I know who you're referring to, right? I think, and he said something that's true. I think Miles needs his own code name or hero name, and I think they said he goes by several names, and sometimes in the community called Kid Arachnid or Spinner or something like that. Around that time, I don't like those names. I think if we're gonna call him, because if we're going to to make him different, I would refer to him as like I don't know, like the Morales Spider or something like that, or Morales Morales Spider or not Miles. Don't put Miles in it because that just gives away too much. Or the Morales Spider or something to that extent. So you at least know the difference because at least with Spider Gwen, her name is literally Spider Gwen. You know what I'm saying? Not Gwen Stacy. It's Spider Gwen. So I would just say Spider Morales or Morales Spider. One of those two. It just makes it easier for people to remember because they know him by you know Miles anyway. Or we can go by Kid Arachnid. That's perfectly fine too.
Destiny 2 has 5 DLC and Destiny 1 has 4.
If you were to if Destiny 2 has 5 DLC and Destiny 1 has 4, if you have to combine them, I think you're spending at least around $300. I think roughly around $300 between them without discount. If you were to buy them with full price bundle, if they do have it, I'm pretty sure you're spending around $300. That is a lot of money. I'm not going to lie to you. That is a lot of fucking money. Don't they have more DLC coming out anyway for Destiny 2? I'm pretty sure they do. I think it was Bry who said it. Destiny is a rich man's game. See, it's crazy. Like that's a lot of money. Shit. I think the time I stopped playing Destiny is when they killed off Cade. Once they killed off Cade, I lost all interest after that. Not gonna lie, out of all the characters on Destiny, Cade was the only thing that kept me going. I'm not gonna lie, Cade was like one of my favorite characters in the game. Once they killed them off, I lost all interest from that point. A lot like what they did to in Ruby, what they did to Vic. Once they got rid of Vic, I stopped watching Ruby. Holy shit. New. No, bro. Yeah, see, like, right, I know, yeah, it was Brian who said it. Oh no. Well, no, is it no, I think you can play Destiny for free now. I think. I don't think you have to play full price, but if you want to play the game, you gotta play the DLC. That's how they get you. That's usually how they get you. That's usually how they get people. If you want to play if you, I think the game is free now. You can play, which is some bullshit. I bought that shit just like how I bought Overwatch and then people got it for free. That shit makes me so mad. I bought that game back in 2016. The first week, like the week it came out, I bought it. No shit. But I understand why they went free to play, so they bring more players in, so they have the player base to keep the shit alive. But Jesus Christ. Oh, that made me mad a little bit. I was like, fuck, I paid full price on this fucker. Now it's free. And then what's worse about that is that I had 2,500 and something loot boxes that was sitting there because I don't open loot boxes. I don't open loot boxes. I just don't like loot boxes like that. I like, you know how y'all be going for like DLCs and skins and shit? I don't give a shit about any of that shit. So for me, when I was doing Overwatch, I did not have I did not have I didn't have the urge to open my boxes, so I just let them build up over the years as I was playing the game whenever I felt like playing it. I'm a old head. I'm
Warframe has been out longer than Destiny 1. It's still got
zero DLC, and it's still, I think it has a more prominent fan base than Destiny. I don't think it has any issues really like that. So like, yeah, if I had to pick between Destiny and Warframe, I think Warframe's wins hands down, in my opinion. I just never have time to play it, but if I had to, I would play Warframe over Destiny any day. And anyway, Destiny frustrates the shit out of me when they do like raids and shit, because if you got the wrong people who don't know how to do shit, it is a babysitting job. And then um if you don't do it in a certain time limit, some of them are, I think, time based on the raids, you won't get the full like extent of that particular what do you call it? That particular treasure that you're trying to get, or glimmer, or what the fuck, what was called, what they call those things, those cube things. They'll be like purple, blue, yellow, and green. I forgot what they call them. It's been such a long ass time. Not cubes, they're not cubes, they're like octagonal things. I forgot what they're called. Shit. I can't remember for the death of me. What the fuck? Ari! Hey, Ari. Hmm. Ari's here. Hmm. She's probably on lunch break. I totally forgot what they're called. It was some term. I can't remember for the death of me. Hold up. Yeah, I learned. I'm at work on break. Okay. How are you, hun? What are you up to? Well, other than work, how's things going? Is things going well? Or is it still kind of, life is getting harder? I'm pretty sure life is getting harder. I think it's getting hard for everyone, but there we go. There we go. I think that's good enough. I think. Okay, so that's the dagger. It's not all that great to look at, but it's pretty cool. I might have to change the hilt a little bit. I don't think it should be this sharp. It should be like, yeah, like that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Like that. Alright. So what we'll do is copy and paste. Actually, you know what I'll do? So just a dagger, I'll make it into two daggers. I guess I don't think there's a lot of what I don't think there's a lot of like characters who have two whips. I don't think that's a thing. Is that a thing? Is there any anime characters that runs well with two whips? I don't think so. Let me see. Tacos with wait. I'm okay eating some beans and cheese tacos and bacon. That's how. Ooh, sound like you got something from Taco Bell or Chipotle. How's the living thing going on? Is anything positive happen with that, or that's still up in the air still? Mm, let me see here. So wait, let me see here. Nah, from Mama Margaret. Oh, okay, gotcha. What about the living condition? Yeah, I always wondered that. I wonder if there's like a dual. If that's a thing. Is that a thing? It sounds dumb, but I feel like that should be a thing, and I think anime is the right place for that to be experimented with. You know what I'm saying? Like it's anime. I don't think that would work in real life for some odd reason, but I think that would work in an anime. I've never seen a dual whip wielder as myself as well, so I was like, that can probably work. I think of it now, like that, and then we'll put like this. Oh wait, not on the same layer. What the fuck? Am I mad? No. Funny times here. Let me see. Living wise, I'm okay so far. I'm gonna go meet Carol's family in a few days. Okay. Yeah, well, that's nice. You nervous? Is it your first time meeting them or no? I don't know if it is. Okay, like this. I'm going based on what I have here, so I'll make two dual weapons. Actually, you know what? You know what? This will I'll do. I'm not gonna do that. I'm going to keep it as just the one, and then I'll just do the variants of the others, and then just copy and paste the other ones. It makes no sense trying to do all that for like what? For what reason? None. So, thing. Grab this. And the thing about weapon design is really fun is that there's all different types of variants of weapons you can always run with. So you never have to like be super original because you can always like learn from another person. And the thing is when you're making a weapon, it has to make sense. So you can't just make a blade and then hope for it to work. It can break. So you have to make the logic come through. So like if most of the say if she was in a fight and there was a weapon here, this will break off easily depending on how heavy the weapon is. If it was like a similar like dagger and they was fighting each other, then this might work. But if it's like a sword, 9 times out of 10 this will break. So that has to be something that has to come in mind. But if this becomes like a wielding two weapon type thing, then that's gonna probably change within the situation. Now I'm going to make some changes with this. Here, drag it. Let me see. Oh, yeah, no. I should do it for how we go from editor to skippity toilet. Dagger, but with a whip attached at the end. So it can be used for. Yeah, it can be used for close to far range. Exactly. So I think it'll be a two weapon type thing. So I don't have to draw two things at once all the time, or two things every time. It'll make my life a lot easier in that sense. The fuck? Hold on. The fuck was that? Okay, that was weird. Let me see here. Okay, anime daggers. So like, okay, let's look at some daggers. Now we can go by this dagger. This dagger could be. This one's bent, so we need to keep that in mind. Because it's bent, it has. I think there will be a lot more. Because the dagger hilt is bent, there will be a lot more emphasis on the wrist. So I think the more pressure that's on the hilt. I think knives like this are, I wouldn't say per se dangerous, but dangerous to use in like a clashing situation, because the more bent it is, the more likely it's going to break. Unlike I think a straight one that can probably take more impact compared to one that is more rigid, because the I think the impact will divert and then break off. So we need to keep that in mind. So you have to make sense when you're drawing your characters, or at least drawing your weapons. Like functionality is key. Skibbity toilet. Ed and Eddie. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think they can make Ed and Eddie memorable as it is now. As it, I don't think they can make the Ed and Eddie that we know into 2023. Even though the show wasn't like in standards problematic, some Twitter users are gonna say it's problematic because something about white males and something about violence and something about Ed being slow, or something about Rolf being of stereotype, and probably Johnny's a BM. Like, let's just tell you right now, they'll make Johnny into a BLM character. We already know Jimmy's on that flag shit, and Sarah is going to be a raging feminist. Oh, and Naz. Um, they're gonna make Naz into a raging feminist. They're gonna make Kevin probably. They might erase Kevin completely because white male. um, White male who's a jock. Because I think, if I remember right, I think Kevin used to play football. Uh, they're going to make probably Rolf some type of super scholar or something, and he doesn't talk the way he does. And all that stuff. There's something to that extent's going to happen. Who else am I missing? I feel like I'm missing someone else. There's Naz, Kevin, Rolf, Johnny, Sarah, Jimmy. I feel like I'm missing someone. Double D, yeah, Double D will be part of the mafia group. Somewhere down the line, secretly, not outwards, but secretly. Uh, Eddie is going to be probably. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Eddie's is a strange one because he's all about money, right? he doesn't come off as intimidating or problematic. But then again, you never know with Twitter. Thank you. Yeah, he did play football, double D. Yeah, Eddie and Ed is going to be. Ed is going to. They're not going to make him slow anymore because of Twitter. Twitter is going to have something to say about that somewhere down the line. Everyone's going to be westernized as fuck. I'm not going to lie to you. They're going to be westernized as hell. And no one's going to like it at all. Which is funny because Ed and Eddie was already had enough representation if we're talking LGBT thing, because the Jimmy per se, we know that Jimmy was on that shit, but like they also try to pull it off like he liked Sarah. I think he liked hanging out with Sarah, but I didn't think he liked Sarah. Yeah, I know that's usually the issue with this, because I'm trying to while I'm creating. That's why I'm not just making any knife and saying that's a knife. I'm actually thinking it through and saying, what would this be like in combat? How would this work in combat if she were to run to an enemy with a bigger and larger weapon? No, no, that's the thing. That what made him appealing. He was I think, if honestly, Ed was, in my opinion, was probably the strongest character in the show. But the only reason why it came off as Rolf was because Rolf was, well, he's well, he knew when to use his strength, I guess. But Ed never really knew how to use his strength at very strange times. So like if we really have to put it, if it was Ed versus Rolf and Ed was extremely aware of his abilities, he would have probably Luffy the fuck out of Rolf a long time ago. Because Ed has shown some extreme capabilities of strength that really tailors on that super level esque vibe. He has done a lot of things that, we'll just be honest, he's extremely strong. Yeah, because like I think the show did too much work. Well, not too much work, but the show did a good job of giving us the idea that Rolf was extremely strong. Ed Solo's the fave verse. What about the three sisters? Oh yeah, I forgot the three sisters. The three sisters are going to be. They're not going to want the Eds. Let's call it for what it is. They're not going to want the Eds. They're going to always harp over the Eds over some type of male masculinity problem all the time, because they're white. I believe each of them are white, and they're going to talk about geopolitical problems. They're going to be probably scholars, if they're much older, or they're going to be like future scholars. They're going to be really smart. They're going to be really feminist. They're going to be really boss bitches. It's everything that you can probably think Marvel has ever like crapped out. They'll do. It is what it is. Because like I think I remember right. This is why in Sonic Boom they changed Amy's character completely in Sonic Boom, because they didn't want her to be like boy crazy over Sonic, because that's problematic for Westerners today. But years ago, when she was obsessed with Sonic, that was not a problem. That was like one of her staple parts, which I can say that's a bit annoying because it makes her kind of one dimensional. Three sisters from Eddie versus the girl sisters. Girl sisters? Oh, I think the girl sisters will win per se, because like the girl sisters they're not. There's only like one big one, and without the big one, the other two are just kind of useless. Other ones talk. One just puts her hands out, and the other one's just big and brawn. If the big brawn one's not there, the other two are just useless. It's just two sisters that blue and just bitch. That's it. Just call it for what it is. But yeah, if I had the like literally, Ed is probably the strongest character in the show. He just comes off not as strong because he doesn't do it as much. But when he does some feats that even the kids can't fathom. And I kind of noticed something about this with early episodes. Ed was not as dumb, but as soon as it got more further in popularity, the dumber he got. They did the same thing to Cosmo and fucking Fairy Odd Parents. Like if you watch the pilot and the first few or 5 episodes, Cosmo is not an idiot. He's pretty much he can hold a conversation. He's not an idiot. He's not laughing at dumb stuff. He's pretty much very much competent of shit. And this is where I think I have noticed where the Disney dads started really coming through, because as time went by, boys, or at least men in general, has been portrayed as idiots half the time. Like Ed, Cosmo, and then what are other shows? What are other shows I'm not thinking of right now? Where the character was not originally stupid. They just progressively got dumber for some odd reason. For no weird reason. It's just like for no reason. Really odd. Now, I'm not saying like these characters are bad or anything. They're forever cemented as how they are now, but like now thinking of it as an adult, looking back at it, it's really sad to know that and I noticed that with Sweet Life on Deck. I don't even think London's in that show anymore, but I noticed that she got less dumb. She first got stupid, and she got less dumb, I think, as time went by, as too. I think. Strange. It's weird because when the woman's dumb, she gets progressively smarter over time. But when the guy is smart, he gets progressively stupid. Yeah, it's weird. I didn't think of that till like right now. Hmm. Like I don't think women like dumb men. I really don't think women like dumb men. As much as some of them might complain about how males are terrible, I don't think they like stupid men at all. I think they hate stupid men more than they hate rude men or misogynist men. I think they'd rather have a smart one than a dumb one. Shit, I think I did that wrong. Put back here. I have to change the hilt. I'm trying to. Okay, like that. And I think. There we go. This probably might work. But it'll be the thicker. I think I remember if the thicker. The blade, the more likely it can break. I think the thinner the blade, the easier it's harder to break. Oh, they could not handle it. Oh my god, they will not be able to handle it at all. I'm telling you, they'll lose their shit so fast. And things are so different. There was no welfare back then or anything like that to depend on. Or no social justice programs that Biden has made. None of that. None of that won't even sit. So they have to literally work hard in that and have to worry about getting like hand me outs and shit. They would not make it. I don't even think boys back then will make it there too. I'm not gonna lie. There's no internet. There's no fucking Twitter to go complain to because your latte wasn't made, so they need to be like ousted out into the world. None of that. That don't exist. I think there should be a blade should be a little bit rounded. I don't think it should be that round, that thing. I don't think they'll be able to handle that, to be honest. I don't think so. And like things are different. Like I think it was Forbes who showed it on TikTok, where men who used to work back in that time did not like they will work. Yeah, pretty much. That's gonna suck. But yeah, that might be a thing soon. If we were sent back, we gonna get drafted. So yep, 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 yep. Then yeah, isn't World War wait World War II is in I think in the 30s or the 40s I believe. If I remember right, hold on. I think World War II was in the 30s or the 40s. I think. Yeah, I was right. It was in the 30s, 1939, 1945. Yeah, it was in the World War II. Was in in the 30s. I think that was still before the TV. Wasn't that before the TV, or that was after? I think that was before. No, I think that was after the TV. No, I think that was before. No, I think the TV came out before. Oh, I would like to ask anyone. Has anyone seen the Digital Circus? I've been seeing a bunch of fan art on that. I don't know if that shit is legit. Like, is it worth watching? I wonder if anyone knows what the fuck I'm referring to at all. I feel like people know or they don't know. It's either one of those two things. Okay. Like, what's your if you give it a scale of 1 to 10 in good and quality, what would you give it? Because I don't know if I should watch it or not. Okay. No, but I keep seeing the circus girl everywhere. Yeah, I kept seeing it too. I saw it the other day. I was like, wait, this shit's really making its rounds on Twitter and on fucking Instagram. Like, what the fuck? Oh, it's weird. Makes me think I should go and check it out and do some artwork around it, but I'm not totally sure if I should or shouldn't. Let's see here. 7.5? Okay. That's not totally bad. That's pretty decent. That's decent. That's decent. What is the premise of the show? Like, I guess if I think I saw the trailer and I think it was about I know that they're toys, but they can't leave or something. No, I don't think so. I'm not gonna lie to you. See, I think that's the difference between men and women, feminists and men. Men will say no, I don't think I can. Most men will say no, I don't think I can because I've been too accustomed to the way the life is. Women other will say yes, they would because they'll say they'll change the world for the better. Who naively think they're gonna change the world because they have the internet, but there's no internet. Have a good day, teacher. Right, y'all have a thank you, Ari. You have fun, hun. Be safe. Okay, and play nicely with the other. I'll try. I'm trying not to be problematic. I'm not trying to be a problematic male. I'll try my best. I got Bri who'll keep me safe. Keep me safe for myself. Let me see. No, but I don't think I could, to be honest, because uh times are different. Just times are different. I can't do art no more. I know that. Most of the stuff I do is online. So that means I have to go and actually do physical stuff, which I don't want to do, but I'll do it if I have to. I'll just have to do it. And then things are different. Like there's certain regulations and stuff that was not in place anymore. Like for instance, if you're gonna go do fucking, let's just say construction, because I'm pretty sure that paid more than anything at the time, other than just being a doctor or even a lawyer or a police officer probably. Uh, being a construction worker was pretty the most dangerous thing you can probably do, because there was no harnesses back then. There was no safety shit. You either went on the beam, went up in the air 40 stories high, and then had to go fix something for probably little to no pay. And this is at, if you're saying 1940s when there's a war coming, best believe the pay is small. Because like, okay, um boys back then, I think at the age, your working age was like probably 13 or 12. So once you're like 13 or 12, you can go work with the males who are there for like 40, who's like 30 or 40 or higher. Uh or let me tell you, 1939 construction workers. Good question. See, the thing is, if I remember right, the U.S. kind of like recorded that they tried to off this man like 45 times, I think, but they was unsuccessful. There was one particular one when they was trying to get rid of him. They put like this detonation thing where he was going to supposed to speak, and for some odd reason, the detonation thing did not go off. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. So like back in the day, let me show you guys real quick. Back in the day, if you was in 1930s, 1940s, or probably in like 1910s all the way to 1940s, or even the 50s, I think in the 40s, I think they stopped before doing actual safety regulations. You were actually this high up with little to no harness. This was you. This was the closest thing to a harness you had. These two wires, and that was it. And if you had to get up there, you couldn't go up the ladder or anything. You had to go on a beam and sit on it, and then the crane will pull your ass up there. Let me see. It was that serious. Like men back then was in serious danger. So they'll sit on here like a beam for like stories up in the air just to go fix something or go to just to fix something or go and put something together. They will literally sit at the edge of these beams. There was no harness, there was no like safety regulations, there was no stupid helmets, none of that. It was just men in their clothing. They went to work, went up 40 stories every day, up there for hours on end, and then did their job and went back home like any other day. So yeah, I think the men back then were a lot tougher than the men now. I'll say they're a lot tougher than me. I'm not even gonna lie. Well, yeah, but then again, it's like, see, the thing with the whole segregation thing was that some of them, I don't know, for black people per se, segregation was pretty good for them. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I say good for, I'm not talking about the whole like racism thing, but it was good for black people because I think if I remember right, black people was married at a 95 to 98% clip, and they had, I think, the most children, and they was like after the whole liberation thing came through after the 60s or 70s, that's when things really went bad for black people per se, integration per se. But like for black people per se, in like 1910s all the way to 1940s, 1950s, I think right within or after the 60s, that's when shit went bad for them. Or I say the 1950s, that's when shit went bad for them because when integration started really happening, from that point, it really fucked the black family horrifically, um, given the stables that came through. Um, these are very things that Malcolm X was talking about, is plaguing us today. Uh, but a lot of black people don't like talking about that because it sounds coonish. Nah, this photo is crazy. Yeah, this is a real photo. They'll sit up here and then you be like, say like you're like 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, sitting up here with men who are like 30, 40, 50, 60, working and eating. I'll make it because I'll make a cricket curse from JJK. Funny. But yeah, these men would like climb up on these shits and go and fix stuff. I'm not kidding. This was literally how life was for them. And they'll stand and like walk on the beam and shit. I don't know how they will do it, but they was the tight roping their lives. And there was like, and do you know what's funny too? They said men killed themselves at a lesser clip back then than actually there was less deaths back in the 1930s to the 1960s than that today. Men did not throw themselves off bridges as much as they did in the early 2000s, as much as they did back then. And shit was hard back then. There was no internet. There was none of that shit. It was literally people walking tight roping their lives trying to fix like buildings and shit. And they was just wearing overalls and a shirt. I'm not even kidding. That's literally how life was. So yeah, I believe the men like your grandpa, or your great grandpa is probably the toughest people you came across. This is why they look at us as lazy half the time. But then again, it's like it's different at the same time. Oh yes, they would. Yeah, they would. I'm not even gonna pretend like they wouldn't, but they would. They really would. But this is where it really depends on per se where you're living and how knowledgeable the people were and stuff like that. So it's sad. It's sad though. I think if young boys had the mindset of like their great grandfathers, I think we would have got a lot more things done. Oh Jesus Christ! I don't know. Like times back then was just different. It was really dangerous back then, and most of them was immigrants, like Irish immigrants coming from Ireland and shit. I think there's some that was Jews, some that was Irish. It was dangerous. But yes, to answer your question, I would not be able to make it through that. I'm not tough as nails as these men. I will never be as tough as nails as these men. Like what's considered tough as nails is what their average day was. Their average day was literally a cup of milk and a sandwich in a bag to sit 40 stories higher and higher up in the buildings to fix it with winds blowing at probably 20 miles per hour depending on where they are, whether it be in New York or Philly or whatever the place they live in. I never met my biological grandfather. I met him. I did meet mine. He was fucking that bro. Dude looked like he came from the Mayans. Yeah, bro built like a whole Mayan temple. So like the deaths back then was it was funny. They killed themselves at a very less clip compared um to the boys of today. Let me see here. All right. Enough of history. Now with the knives here, it's thick. Now this right here, this knife right here per se would probably do a better job in a fight compared to this one, because like I said before, the top here is really thick and the bottom here is really thin, and because of if we're using this to block, let's just say we use this knife to block, because of the bottom here is very thin. Oh, I guess my step grandfather, I don't know, he was a soldier, and a lot of my family was. Well, then they should be tough as nails and know how to navigate through life in some form. Um, so like from here, the bottom here is really thin, and because it's thin, the impact would probably vibrate this off and break off. So this is not something you would use in a knife to knife fight per se if they were to clash, depending on the other knife. Now, if it's the same type of knife that was going at each other, the chance of them breaking will be unlikely because they have the same like weight, I guess. Yes, because the thicker the knife, and like I said, the thicker the knife, the more likely it'll. If it's fully thick, it's most likely going to be great for the hand-to-hand combat and form in some form or something like that. But there is something that needs to be taken in consideration. The the hilt also plays a part of that, because if the hilt is curved like this, it might be able to take impact pretty well because of, like, if it were to hit another knife or probably even a sword, depending on how heavy the sword is. Now that really depends. Let's just say the sword was pretty light and the character were to block said sword with knife, it would probably be able to take good 3 to 4 hits before it breaks, or at least a good, I'll say 5 to 10. Unlike this one here, this will take probably 3 to 4, if lucky, if it even gets the 3. Probably the first 2 or 3 hits will be probably a quick break. Uh, Probably the first hit too, depending on how heavy, like I said, the weapon is. But if the weapon's pretty heavy, this will probably take 3 hits, depending on how thick it is. The thicker and flatter it is, the more, well, not flatter, but the thicker the knife is, the more likely it will last. Uh, and with the hilt, like I said, based on how it's curved, it probably may be able to take impact pretty well. I don't think you want too curved because impact might play a part in that. I forgot how it works with the hilt being curved, but that does matter. If it's straight, then maybe the impact won't be as problematic. The impact might go to your hand, and it might hurt your hand very much so, because I think the vibration will actually come out of the hilt pretty easily. But when it's like straight, the vibration will go probably to your wrist and it will hurt. Depending if you're having a knife fight, like knife to knife fight, and then it's like clashing with each other, like you see in anime. So it really depends in that sense. Let me see. Will the blocks wait? Will it block a single swing from a Dragon Slayer? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I really don't think so. If we're talking about this knife, I don't think so. I know definitely. I This one maybe. I'll give it a 40-60 chance. I give this a 20-70 chance of it surviving. Its survival rate is probably a 20. This one's more of a 40, or probably I will say a 45 to a 50. I'm very being not modest with that 50. Um, being very loose on that. If he's in, I'm pretty sure if he's in the military, I'm pretty sure they teach you about detonation tactics and not hydroponics, was it? Pyrotechnics in some form. Warcraft vibe. Yeah. Now, I'm gonna make another variant. Oh, I need to fix the hilt. It needs to look different from the previous one. So let me see. Oops. Let's see here. Like that. Okay. And then what we'll do with the hilt here, I want to make some changes a little bit, not too much. Nothing too insane. Just keep the essence there. It is possible we can give her a sickle instead, but then again, I'm like, that's too that can also work with a sickle. I think what will happen when she goes in her, let's just say she goes in a more I won't say berserk mode, but if she goes in her tattooish mode, I think it should change the weapon itself as well. So when she's changing to the weapon, it should be like a chain instead of like a rope. The whip shouldn't be just a rope. It should it should change into chains. Oh my god, I can't talk. Um just to show the seriousness of the whip itself. Like enchanted chains or something like that. That's really hard to break uh in some form. So when she changes, maybe the weapon might even transform to the sickle. That's where the hook comes in. Maybe what we can do is the weapon it goes by three different forms. Like the first form is like literally a dagger, and then the dagger can change into a whip, and then the whip will turn into a sickle, and the sickle can turn into a hook, a hook with chains at the end, just like Roadhog has one. That can work. So it has like three different forms. So it shows the seriousness of how serious the weapon is over time. We can do something like that, but that really depends on how uh, we construct this, so it doesn't come off as like try hardy or so. It really depends. There we go. I'm going to erase this part. All right, now, let me make another. Let's see. You know what I'll do is make a. I don't want them to be too different, so all I'll do is like erase this part, right, and then erase this part. Bro, I don't give a fuck about no stupid alien. Like I don't like I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. If aliens literally came right now, best believe people are going to be pissed. Like you know how much we talk about no racism? The racism will come out completely when aliens come because we're just gonna assume the aliens are here to going to fuck up our world in some form or bring us another virus, and we don't need this. I'm telling you now, if an alien literally popped up right now, like a legit alien, like a live alien came up right now and said, we're here to fight or we're here to come in peace, we're just gonna assume this fucker came with some type of alien sickness. And we will want them gone, like super gone, like really fast. I'm not kidding. Cause we was like, no, not today, Satan. Not today. We had enough for the last 3 years now? No, not happening. Best believe No. It just won't fly. Like, I remember when people announced, like, when they announced aliens was real, or whatever the case may be, or whatever the hell they was trying to convey, and I think that was a giant distraction from something else. But, people just didn't give a shit. And you know how we knew we would have cared? If we cared, like, this is how we would have cared. If the world didn't go to shit in the last 3 years, everyone would have been hyped about the alien thing. Because we was trying to run up on Area 51 for, like, no reason. Which we all knew no one was going to do it. But then again, we was hyped to go and do it. We at least had interest. That whole segment was, I have interest in aliens. Now, if aliens were to come, we don't want y'all here, like, for real. That shit's going to be fucking annoying. Any anime character, or are you looking for someone specific? um, I would say, okay, let me give you one. I will say Kite. Kite from Dot Hack Sign. I don't think a lot of kids know what that is. Yeah, Dot from Dot Hack. Kite from Dot Hack Sign. How long would they last against Wonder of You? Huh? Excuse me? How are you? I'm doing well. How you doing, Souls? What's going on, bro? Good. That's awesome. That's awesome. Came to learn today. Let's see here. Okay, like this. Like this. And then erase this part here. Alright. Now I'm going to make another variation of this. Again, we need one more knife. And then I'm gonna make this more straighter. A more straighter knife. The dual weaponing, the dual daggering remind me of Kite from Dot Hexine. I don't know a lot of you remember what that is or even know what I'm referring to at all. I don't think a lot of kids know what the fuck I'm referring to. What is Wonder of You? What is that exactly? I'm still trying to figure out how to shade skin. Ah, okay. Shade skin or color skin, because those are two different things. Because I know when people say shade, what they're talking about is the lack of blood under the skin into the and when they're doing their artwork. Yeah, let's get something more straighter. Ow. like shadows and brush. Shadows and brush. How can I explain this? Show me examples. Send it to me on my Instagram. If you have any like Pinterest examples. Oh, are you talking about JoJo? Okay. I am not gone past that. Well, that shit. Last I remember I watched JoJo was like Star Crusaders. Was it Star Crusaders? It was when he fought that dude in the West with the who I think killed the black guy. I think. What are you talking about? Let's see here. Like this. And then what we'll do is say here. Actually, you know what? I'll keep it like okay. What I'll do is keep it like a long like a more straighter weapon would look like this. It would look more like this. So what I'll do, this one would really stand a fight. This one would probably stand a pretty good fight if possible. So what I'll do is erase this part. Okay, so let me see if I were to make the blade then up like that. Not perfect, but yeah, part 3. Okay, yeah, okay. I wonder. Okay. Thank you, Bri. I was pretty sure because I was not up to that part. I have to go rewatch JoJo. Kind of like this. First, let me just make the blade like straight first, and then I'll make it make sense. So the blade goes like this. Okay, I heard that Jason Momoa might be playing Lobo, which is weird. But isn't he Aquaman? Is that true? Let's see here. That. My friend got password guessed. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Hey, why isn't that showing? Check out. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Something's not right. Alerts. That was weird. Thank you for the follow, though. I don't know why it didn't pop up. Maybe the thing was overlapped. Okay. Okay. Hey, Moral. Okay, so what I need to do is make this sharp, and then what I'll do is put like that, and then okay. Okay. And then what we'll do is make it more straight from this point here. Oh no, it's straight. Oh no. Call Twitter cops. You're making the knife straight. What? That's a tragedy. Oh shit. You made the knife straight. Oh my god. How toxic. You need to be banned. Help, help, help. Help, help, help. Liberals, help me. I'm sorry. I had to say it. Oh, Twitter. Twitter. Okay. He's like, Teach, calm down. Teach. Teach, calm down. Like, it's funny, but shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Up. Oh god, no one was paying attention to that other than Bry. Okay, I'm just carving my way through as I'm doing this without doing too much. I think the more broader the knife is, the more likely it won't break. Especially if it's straight, it won't break as easily. Let me see here. Okay. I won't let me send you the. It won't let me send you a picture on IG. Can you send pictures on TikTok? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? No? Okay. Fuck. Hold on. I think when you say brush, I think you're referring to is the idea of texture. If I'm correct. Okay. Like that. Okay, you can send it on Discord if you like. 2006 Honda Civic. Why the fuck? Why? What? That's very random. Not really sure what the fuck. I wonder if anyone wants to play Blue Protocol still.
And South Park joining the Panderverse is officially here. And I've watched it in full with a nice cup of coffee in my hands, and by God, it was glorious to witness. An amazing achievement in every way, Panderverse perfectly encapsulates a lot of the reasons why fans are tired of this nonsense. And dare I say, this is a special that rivals the greats at times too. I guess spoilers for the entire special, since I can't really talk about this without spoiling it. But Panderverse.
Okay, wait. I don't know if anyone wants to go see that. Does anyone have any plans to see the Pandaverse? I'm gonna play this. He's gonna make some. I don't give a shit about the. I don't give a shit about watching no spoilers. Maybe some of you do. All right. All right. He wants to see the Pandaverse. So let me see. I don't wanna ruin it for him. So let me see. Then I'll. Okay, showing it. Oh, fuck.
If you can hear the rain, frogs, birds, basically all of the wildlife in Australia outside right
What
now,
the
my
fuck?
apologies. There is
What's wrong with you?
nothing I can do about it. It is
How did you?
out there currently, and I am struggling
Bro.
internally. Today
Bro,
we
what
have
are you
5
doing?
manga recommendations.
What
I've
the
been
fuck?
having a lot of fun doing research
Bro,
and
you're
stuff like
looking
this,
light
trying
skinned
to
as
find new
fuck. What are you
stories, finding
doing?
out new things, and basically just being able to provide a lot of you some new stuff to read.
What
Instead
is
of just
wrong with
doing
you?
singular videos, the
That's
group
it.
manga
You wanted to...
recommendations have been rather fun. So these are new-ish stories that have relatively small amount of chapters, but are becoming increasingly more and more popular. And I decided to spread up the variety a little bit, so it isn't just all weekly Shonen Jump. There is some differences here.
Yeah, he's always sleeping. What is your problem, bro?
Sue Ishida. I know that name. That is the same author that has done Tokyo Ghoul.
The
And if you
fuck?
love Tokyo Ghoul, you are going to love Choujin X. This has 39
Bro,
chapters
come on.
currently. It's not a weekly, it's not a bi-weekly, it's not a monthly. This is released whenever Ishida is ready to post it. That's pretty rare. And because of that type of freedom and flexibility, you get a story and art that is so beautifully reflective of it. Choujin X is very different for Ishida. You'll feel a lot of similarities. Some stuff that is pulled from Tokyo Ghoul might be some of the characters, might be some of the overlying themes. Even the emotion behind a lot of interactions is very much Tokyo Ghoul-esque, but the things are expanded upon, played upon, or just drawn so visually different that it feels so incredibly unique. It feels like a passion project by Ishida, and with how he's releasing it, how much attention he's putting into it, this is not a story that is marketed as the next big thing, or something that's trying to milk or make a lot of money. This is just him doing him, and the story that you're able to read is so incredibly good because of it. Look, I love Ishida, I love Tokyo Ghoul, but I have a genuine respect for Choujin X and the story that it's trying to do, because it's a little bit complicated. It takes these very simple, well-known ideas like superpowers, for example, and mashes it into a really gritty, dark, prophecy-esque story. And these powers being a reflection of a person's mental health and their emotional state, you start to feel right at home, but in the best ways possible. Choujin X currently only has 39 chapters, and story-wise, when it comes to structure, it is the best time to start reading now. What I mean by this is that the story is kind of just beginning. The reason is because the first phase has basically just completed. It gives you all the setup, all the groundwork, all the foundation, everything you need to understand the story, and finally, the true quote-unquote story actually begins. And at this point in time, we're currently just starting that. If you were ever interested in Sue Ishida's work, his art, his storytelling, Tokyo Ghoul, Choujin X will be right up your alley, and the time to read it is right now. Kindergarten Wars is something that I didn't expect to like. I seen some artwork for it and I was like, but it seems alright. But when I read it, I felt this odd sense of joy. Something that I've experienced before, but
What is it
with a
called?
couple of other stories. See, Kindergarten Wars looks really cute and cuddly. You have these teachers taking care of
Do
their
you see the
students,
image?
but
Oh,
then they have bullets
hold
and
on.
guns everywhere. It's kind of like...
Did they send me a message yet? I'm cutting the submission right now because it's super crowded. I will number some spots. Okay, I don't know. Where did you send it from? Okay. Hey, gotta be careful here. That one? This one? Oh, okay. This is the example. The colors are kind of dull. So how I would do this was like example. So like is it dark skin or is it just skin in general? What is wrong with my fucking arm? Okay, where's... Oh yeah, shade. And then, well, a lot of people don't realize what you have to do is put blood. Okay, dark skin characters. Okay, that's a little bit more trickier to deal with, but I think I can do it. Hold on. I think if I remember right. Ugh. Flesh is like that. Turn it down a little bit like that. That's usually how flesh will look like. Now, if we're talking about the idea of, and then if we have any fucking texture, that would probably make it even more believable from that point. But when it comes to I don't do like a lot of dark skin characters for a particular reason, but okay, so with dark skin characters, I think it's like like this one's a hard one because like it's always such a oop, no, what the fuck, no. I think the more you darken it, the more saturated you have to go. This is the dark version, and then you have to put the subsurface scattering. If I remember, I think the darker the character, the or either I think it goes the opposite direction. I think the darker the character is, I think you desaturate. If I remember right. Hold on, let me check Pinterest real quick. Fuck, that's gonna be bugging me. Oh, fucking. I always hate these. I'm not gonna lie to you. So, it's light. Okay, blur, colors together so it blends very smoothly. Fuck, I wish there was more better explanation to this. It's just a pain in the ass. To make realistic skin tones, base color, shade color, shadow color, dark color, and What's the difference between 2 and 3? I know 4 is texture, but what's the difference between 2 and 3? Add your base color, then create shadows, keeping the bottom shadow the darkest. Okay, do the same highlights and then do the same highlights, then use smudge tool to in the directions as shown in it. Use soft brush use soft brush to blend the rest of the colors. You can add by using how low past the soft brush point. I'm still certain that you desaturate, but I guess I'm wrong. So isn't that bad? Per se, like, okay, so if I were to take that, come here, delete this part, delete this part, like that. And then put the subsurface scattering. Soft brush. Put it right there. Looks great. Yeah, I think that's how it works. So how this and then just say we're putting it we can go darker actually from this point on now, I think. And then that's how you paint skin. Shade skin. There are 3 ways. There are 3 ways that you paint skin. Number 1, you get the base color. Number 2, when you put in the shadows, make sure 1, you get the shadow. You go to your color wheel, and because your character is being shaded, you go towards red. Because, believe it or not, you may be brown or dark skin, but your color is actually reddish purple. So what you want to do is go to your base color, stay on the base where it is, tightly but surely but slowly pull down this by a few inches. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Not over here or anything like that. You just click this, hit this, take your color wheel first, move this a little bit, just a little bit. Then you take your color picker, you go 1 down, or a good section down, not too far, but just a few sections down here, and then go sideways this way, saturate a little bit, not too big, like I will say go down and then saturate. So go 30 points down and go another 30 points away, 30 to 20 points here and here. That's your coloring, that's your shade. That's how we got this color. Lightly put in the shadow. When I say lightly, don't press so damn hard. Press very lightly and just go with the flow. And then next, you put in your subsurface scattering. This is literally the blood under the skin. So how this works is you go back to your base color. You go to your color wheel. You pull this down pretty far into the red section. Then you go down 30 points. Or, yeah, go down about the same length of 30 points. And then you go pretty far, I'll say 50 points, towards the red into saturation. And then you go to the edge. This only works when you're at the edge. You go to the edge of the terminator, meaning where the literal shadow starts, where the light stops and begins. And you lightly take your soft brush tool, make sure the brush is pretty big, not kind of small, because if you do it kind of small, what's going to happen is going to look really strange and blotched. So you want a big brush, so when you lightly put it in, it's not a big problem. So I'm going to take this away just to prove it. Go away. And I'm going to lightly but surely with pen pressure, I'll do it again, pen pressure like that. That's it. I didn't go any more further. I didn't push that hard. I pushed pretty lightly. And then I pull it by 50%. Not 50%, but like just enough for you to see it. And then I put in the darker colors at the bottom with a soft brush, because whenever you're using occlusion shadows, you have to use a darker. You have to use a soft brush. You don't use a hard brush for this. When you use a soft brush for this, it's a lot easier because it's already in the shadow, so you don't need to do a hard brush on that. I hope that helps. And then anything else is light from that point. You hit your base color. Then you go back, do the same exact thing, but in the opposite direction. So you go this way a little up. You go 30 points up. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. And you go 20 points this way. That way. And then you take your soft brush, or you can use your hard brush, but I will use a soft brush. Or let's use the hard brush, and then you just you clip that. Then you lightly just put it in there. Just lightly. Just like that. And then you go back again, and you take your soft brush, and then you make another layer. You layer that, and then go up a little higher again, but this time you go pretty white. You can get away with this part, and then literally just, oops. There you got your skin. There you go. And then you can get jiggy with it and put some lights at the edge, because there's that, to give it more of a 3D look. Look like a planet, much less a. It looks like a planet than a literal skin tutorial. I hope that answers your question. And note, I didn't use a single layer mode. I didn't use multiply, I didn't use no overlay, I didn't use that shit. I have learned from Japanese artists that they hardly ever use that. They use it as a backdrop. They don't even use that shit as like a main staple. We Westerners worry too much on the fucking color mode. I suggest if you're trying to make colors look good, use normal. Practice with normal, make it your staple, and then when you feel so comfortable using normal to doing your colors when it comes to skin, then you can use your layers or your layer modes, like your multiplies, your overlays, all that shit, because they'll even pop more, because since you have a good foundation of what skin is, this is just an add-on, a kiss of a bonus round of making it even look more real or more popish or whatever the case may be. So I hope that helped. So just to recap real quick, real fast. 1, you got your base color. 2, you make your shadow. When you use your shadow, you use your color wheel. You move it a few inches over. Few inches, not a big jump. I said few. So you get your base color. You move it a little bit like that, enough like 2 or 3 notches. Then you go straight down 30 points, and then you go 30 another points into saturation, because whenever you're doing shadows, you always saturate. You never desaturate, because it'll look really pale and disgusting. Then you got your base shadow, or your base shade. And then after that, you go and put in your subsurface scattering. That's the blood that's under the skin that makes it lifelike, because if I were to take this away and put just shading, it will look dead and not look alive. This is why a lot of beginners say, why does my shading look like shit? I put in the shading, why does my skin don't look like shit? Because you didn't put the subsurface scattering. That makes all the difference, because if you look at your skin, because subsurface scattering comes up within the terminator of the light, so whenever you need to put it, it's when the light is hitting between the shadow and the skin. So where there's light and shadow, there is the subsurface scattering. So, for instance, if you're still confused, if wondering, if I were to go back here, right here, the border between the light and the shadows where I would put, because this looks dead, the skin looks dead, per se to me. Since this character is green, I would use a color that it will be like their own blood. So like for instance, I would use a purple. So like if their skin is green, I'll use purple or blue. Purple probably is the best color. I would not use red on green. It'll look really strange and orangey like. To answer that question. So if you're dealing with a character that is blue, 9 times out of 10 you use purple. If you're using a character that is green, probably blue or purple. If you're using a character that is yellow, maybe orange for blood. If you're using a character that is orange, maybe just blood, red, maybe red. That might work. Or blue, like if the character is literally red like a devil, I would use blue as blood as the subsurface scattering. So let's use example, just to hit home with this. It really depends. If the character is blue, you can still use blue blood, but like really depends on who you're asking on that one. So like let's use a example real quick. The character is red, like straight red. Like this is the base color. It's red or pinkish red or whatever the fuck. It's red. Then what I'll do to shade this is base color, pull it down a little, 30 here, and then it's the same pattern every time. Shade. Shit, I think that it's still not dark enough, to be honest, but let me try it again. There we go. And then this is going to be the subsurface scattering. This is going to be a weird one, but go down all the way to purple-ish color, and then down saturate. Get the make it bigger. Not too big, too big, too big. Like that. Turn it down by 50%. Then I would darken this going to the base color. Go pretty down on that, and then take your soft brush, same pattern. Still too neon for me, so what I'll do is redo it again. Just here, and then like that. Go to our here, base color, up a little, up and desaturate. Take the and then what I'll do is take soft brush this in. And that's how the skin would look. If you don't believe me, Ferraro already proved this. Actually, use a more pinker color for this devil-looking character. So I hope that answers your question. Hopefully. It looked like he used blue for the skin, for the subsurface scattering. I can see it here and here, or that's probably based on the lighting. It depends on what. It depends on the lighting on that, but I think he used blue for the skin colors to have straight. The pinkish red I used for the subsurface scattering. This is a human version, and this is the devil version. They're very similar because your skin is actually red, believe it or not, or pinkish. White people are more pinkish. Black people are more darker, like a dark red, purple red berry thing, like blueberry thing. Not blueberry. It's like a purple red type color for black people. White people is a pinkish light color. Asian people is more a yellowish red color. People who are Hispanic is more of a brownish red color. Yeah, brownish red. Asian or Oriental is yellowish red. White people's pinkish red, and then for black people is purplish red. That's how it works. Now, for people who are much more paler, they lack pigmentation, who are like more pale. There is a red, but it's more a desaturated red. So people who are albino is like a super pale patch. What do you call it? Wait, I just said it. Fuck, I just said it. Desaturized red. There we go. So everything usually, because most of our skin colors has red under it. There's red in our skin, all of us. So for animals it's different because some of them come in different colors and forms. So there you go. So if you want, I hope that answers your question on how to color it brown. This is more of a light skin color, yellowish color. This is more Asian color. This is more of a lighter skin person, whether it be like someone who's half or someone who's just black with light skin, or even probably in brown. And this one's more of the devilish type person who's like a devil or some type of mystical creature, or probably an animal. We can go with that. So I hope that answers your question, how the color skin. Back to work. I told y'all I be low key like I be studying my work. It's just that I don't do it while I'm on stream with y'all. That's why when you guys see why haven't you been streaming so long, I be studying. So I can come back better than ever, so I can teach you guys this shit and not be fumbling at my words instead of just trying to make words. I understand what the fuck I'm telling you. I'm not telling you any craziness that doesn't make no sense. Just like the weapon thing. Okay. I hope that answers any of y'all questions right there. Why do I even bother? Why do I even bother recording or streaming on Instagram? Like, I don't hear anyone says anything good about Instagram being streamed on. I'm just coming to this, like, I'm really just coming to this realization. What's the point?
What is going on? Why does it look like this? But all of this is super deceiving. See, when you read it, the story is pretty full on. It's super wild, it's super visceral, it's very gruesome in a lot of aspects, and it's something that will take you by surprise. When I was reading it, the comparison I felt was instantly Spy Family as well as Sakamoto Days. And when you blend those two things together, 100% you get exactly this story. Now, obviously, it offers a bit of uniqueness for itself. It's not just some loose ripoff. It's really well done. It's super entertaining. You see, these teachers are actually ex-assassins or hitmen, spies, you name it. They've been locked away in prison, but to write off their prison sentence, they become kindergarten teachers, right? And not just any kindergarten teachers. This school is a place that houses all of the children of the wealthy, rich, bold, powerful, you name it. Anyone that has a name for themselves, their children will go here because it is the safest on the planet. That's just the bare minimum. But do you see how beautifully that operates? It kind of gives this circular motion of story where it's like, okay, these children are connected to very powerful individuals that people are trying to kill every single day. So you want to go for the children sometimes, you know, to try and get some sort of leverage. But then you have the same people that used to do that stuff that are now prisoners trying to
Ain't that funny?
Ex-hitmen, assassins, etc.
That's kind of funny.
And they're very, very good. The smartest thing about this manga for me, not only with how it's drawn, because it looks very cute and friendly, but then it gets into the action and it's like Sakamoto Days 2.0, it's brilliant. But actually how normalized it is. See, the characters don't really act like hitmen or assassins or these very crazy killer-like individuals that have passed their prime. None of that. Like, they're just normal people. They're just there like it's an everyday job. And they treat it like an everyday job. They treat the conflict that sometimes happens like an everyday job. This is a beautiful read. It's super entertaining, and I guarantee if you do read it, you'll have a blast with it. If you like Spy Family, if you like Sakamoto Days, you are guaranteed to fall in love with this manga. Especially when it gets an anime, which I hope it does, fingers crossed. This will blow up. I promise you that. It's been a while since I've talked about Gachi Akuta. Here we are. I remember when this first released, and I was reading it, and I fell in love with it. It has this real grungy, gothic, punky art style to it.
Oh yeah, this. Yeah, okay. I remember this.
Unfortunately, I fell off it. And the big reason I fell off it is because it's not marketed. It's not something that was published in English, so it was difficult to kind of keep track of and read it comfortably compared to a lot of other stories. However, this has finally got an official English release. It's going to be, I believe, on Kodansha's website when they launch the app and everything. It's very similar to what we know now with Weekly Shonen Jump and Viz, etc. But Kodansha is going to have their own manga. They're some of the hardest to read when it comes to official English translations. But it seems like they've caught on. This is going to be a big seller for them, hopefully, if it catches on once again, because I think it has all the groundwork, all the finesse, all the flair, all the attitude to really be successful. Currently, there's no real weekly, edgy, dark, brooding, you know what I mean, manga that's currently out. This will fill that void. You want high-octane action, you want a mystery, you want the artwork that reflects that edginess. All of it is wrapped perfectly within this bundle of Gachi Akuta. I have yet to catch up with it. It has 64 chapters, and the large amount that I've read, loved every single moment of it. It's kind of difficult to put your thumb on where the story goes. The idea of this hierarchy system, the rich kind of cannibalizing onto the poor suffering because of it, and then this giant pit behind them where you don't really know where it goes. So obviously our main character falls into this pit. He gets exiled into it, and it is a completely different world. No one has ever come back from this pit, and there's life down here. There's like these big monstrosity beings that roam around eating humans. There's actual humans down there that have survived too, and live on their own accord. So it's like a completely new world. It's like the Dark Continent for Hunter x Hunter, except a garbage bin. Very interesting, very stylish, worth your time. Go check it out. Goku Rankagai is the shortest one on our list. It only has 9 chapters, and it's because it's a monthly. But just look at this artwork. It sells itself. That is a beautiful.
Oh, I heard this.
Character designs, and you might think, oh well, you know, that's the color pages. It's gonna look all basically identical to this. Obviously, there's some playfulness when it comes to having those chibi-like characters that look kind of funny and quirky, of course, but the artistry, the city-like landscapes, the character designs, everything is so personalized and unique and just so refreshing to look at. The story is pretty interesting too.
Admit it, you use my Old Spice body wash.
Of course. I'm not letting hotel soap in my skin. Right.
No, I'm gonna be ashy.
It's the lavender I miss for me. Get that.
Savannah, if you don't get your moisturized hands off my body wash.
This is what I live with 24/7.
Hey, I forgot the key. Trying to hit the spot. Y'all trying to hit the spot? Y'all smelling so good.
From idea to submission, empower students to do their best work with Grammarly's generative AI. What if they could jumpstart ideas for any assignment? What if they could cite sources instantly? What if they could get real-time feedback? Prepare students
Okay.
with trusted AI writing assistant. Download Grammarly.
Okay.
I have two siblings here that work as kind of like fixers, hitmen, not really. They kind of just take odd jobs within this pretty lawless-like town. And then you sprinkle on top of that a bit of weird creature-like aesthetic and just a world that is very new. Does that make sense? Like, of course, there's a lot of similarities to the normal world when it comes to structure, but then you have the lawless part of it, you have the creature part of it, and it's just blended in there really nicely like it's normal. Like, oh, that weird thing over there, that's normal for this world. Or those people doing that thing, that's normal too. So seeing them go about their everyday life, take on contracts, kind of grow with each other, having very different personalities. The sister is very brooding, dominant, commanding. The younger brother is playful and chaotic and kind of upholds himself really well. So you're going to see some pretty similar tropes to Weekly Shonen Jump stories, but not fully drawn out. So if you don't like those tropes, you might find it more enjoyable in here because they're utilized but they're not relied upon. This has also finally got an official release. You cannot read this before, but it is now getting translated every single month at the same time as Japan, in English, and a lot of other languages. So you can read it right now. Super accessible, super enjoyable. I'm very excited for its future. I love monthly stories. I love the attention to detail. The artistry reflects that. And overall, it has a bright future ahead of it. And the last one on this list, News Exorcist. You're probably looking at this and think this story is very different to everything else that I've talked about. And you're right. This is a Weekly Shonen Jump story. The only Weekly Shonen
Oh, I
Jump
know
story.
about this one.
It is a part of their new lineup. But you might also notice that it looks rather familiar.
It looks like Bleach.
The story, you might be a little bit surprised. So News Exorcist follows this boy within this new school, and he comes across this big sister-like spirit that has a lot of power. She's connected and sealed within this school. She's been here for a long time, and she's waited for someone to be able to see spirits to connect with her again. Our main character has that power. There's a reason, a backstory for that, obviously, but they actually connect. She provides him a power to enhance basically what he has. He's a person that's very protective, very strong-minded in that regard, so he's always trying to help, save, protect people in whatever way he can, and he'll jump at the opportunity to do so. Pretty standard, nothing crazy. The spirits...
It just kind of sounds like Jujutsu Kaisen.
See, this story
It sounds like
has
Yuji.
a ton of resemblance to two other stories that you know that I know.
That sounds like Jujutsu Kaisen.
Jujutsu Kaisen
There we go.
and Phantom Seer. The best way I can describe News Exorcist.
It just sounds like
is
Jujutsu
it only has
Kaisen.
8 chapters currently.
That's
It has
exactly what
really
Yuji did in the
detailed
episode
in a
1.
different direction. I'm going to be surprised if it's able to continue and gain success. I don't see it doing all too well, but I kind of hope that it is given a chance to some extent, right? News Exorcist is basically Jujutsu Kaisen at the beginning when Yuji goes to school.
Yeah.
Just imagine that. So it never leaves the school.
Omega
It
Q.
goes off into a different
You ever
direction.
watch Gantz?
Now it just
Funny thing, I think I have, I don't... I think I've watched Gangs. Those are the people who's in the suits and trying to kill... I don't say demons, but it's very violent.
Kaizen 2.0, right? Phantom Seer
I don't think that's the right term. I don't think demons is the right term.
I feel like they know they made a mistake. See,
They wear these special suits. I think they died or some shit like that. I think it's the people who wear special suits. Gantz. It's very violent, I believe. Yeah, Gantz.
Fantasia, in my opinion, is drawn a whole lot better and has a bit more of a twist and uniqueness to it. It's not the most revolutionary thing, but it has a lot more detailed differences to what this story is, right? The only equal footing that they had is that they all fall within the shadow of Kaizen, and the controversy for Fantasia was that it was a little bit too close to Kaizen's rise to fame. You know, there's no real evidence to point to that being true, but having two stories that are very similar, that are kind of both growing in popularity, is a little bit redundant because you start to cannibalize one another. You don't want that, especially if they're both on the rise. Kaizen wasn't at its peak, and you don't want to disturb that rise to its peak. However, once it has peaked, once it's reached that limit, once it's sold a good amount of stuff already, then you start to shift people into the next thing that's rather similar to it. So, in my opinion, and I could be completely wrong and just over-evaluating this whole thing, News Exorcist is trying to not only capitalize on Kaizen's success, but also be that replacement that Fantasia was. It is eerily similar. Still rather enjoyable, a lot more simplified than Kaizen, a lot more simplified than Fantasia. It's almost like they've just boiled everything down to a simmer and got rid of any sort of complexity or identity and kind of just have something simple to hopefully build off. The artistry is pretty standard for Weekly Shonen Jump. Looks pretty when it wants to be pretty, normal when it wants to be normal. It's like a pinch of Kaizen and Black Clover, a little bit of Fairy Tail kind of combined together. Nothing all too crazy, but I think given the opportunity, it could grow into a stable.
And that's like the hardest thing. I think that's one of the hardest things of being an anime artist, or at least anime animator or whatever. I think the hardest thing is that it's really extremely hard to not have someone compare your work to something else. I think that's one of the hardest things. It's so hard. That's why I think beginners put their emphasis on trying to be as original as possible, or trying to seem original as possible, but they can't.
So if you're interested, give it a chance. You might thoroughly enjoy it. That is it for me. If you're interested in these manga, or even if you've read any of these manga, let me hear your thoughts. If you want to see more manga recommendations, but based around different things, like maybe
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how what's his face got away with this with Black Clover, but like it was very convenient and very noticeable that the creator of Black Clover, I forgot his name, literally got away with the premise of the main character has no powers, and because the main character has no powers, therefore they get the most overpowered. There you go, and the issue is that the main character has no powers. Yuki Tabak, there we go. He has, click the bottom video. Bottom video. What are you talking about? Oh, my head. Hold on.
So unfortunately,
Let me see here.
but I'm more of a lurker than a poster.
Oh shit, that's still open. Hold on.
Critters on capybaras, I occasionally visit
Sorry about that.
manga because I read a lot and I'm always looking for new stories to check out. Every week, a user named DataWeebo posts a list of the most popular manga, and they're ranked by the amount of upvotes that each chapter gets during that 7-day time frame. On this list, you might have a chance of seeing anything from a heartfelt story about people healing from past traumas to classy top-tier epics like "Turns Out My Dick Was a Cute Girl." I decided to read the first 10 chapters of the top 10.
What? No.
Dick was a cute girl.
Oh shit! I do. Oh wait, I do know this story.
Traumas to classy top-tier epics like "Turns Out My Dick Was a
Yes.
Cute Girl." I decided to
I've
read
heard
the
this.
10 chapters of the top 10.
Dude loses his manhood and then he turns into a girl.
This was supposed to be a recommendation video, but it kind of turned into one. So feel free to skip around and see if something grabs your
Holy
attention.
shit.
A few more things before we start, though. Let me know what your favorite thing you're reading or watching is in the comments.
Hi Rose, how you doing, hon?
Who knows? Maybe I'll end up making a video about one of them in the future. Also, it would be dope if you hit the sub button because like 95% of you aren't subbed, and that is a crazy ratio to add. Okay? Thanks. Now let's get into it. Taro Sakamoto is a legendary assassin. Villains fear him, and other hitmen want to be him. He's basically Japanese John Wick. He meets a woman and decides to retire, vowing to leave his days of killing behind him. He starts living a quiet life, falls in love, has a kid, gets fat, and opens his own business. But once you've become an assassin, any peace that you may have never lasts forever. Someone places a bounty on Sakamoto's head, and he wants to know who and why. On the surface, Sakamoto Days seems like a very goofy manga that you wouldn't expect much from. Just an average.
Wait, is this
action
the fat
comedy
guy
that
from
you
that
most likely skip by
anime?
without thinking too hard about it. But once you start reading,
Oh yes, it is.
damn, it's a fun read. At first, the humor lies in the fact that even though Sakamoto looks like he's really out of shape, he still has the exact same skills and impulses that he had when he was at his peak. The things he is capable of are insane, and it doesn't stop at just him. The more characters that get introduced, the more specialties
I'm doing
and
great
weapons
now,
you
at least.
use. And I'm so
What happened?
serious
Are
when
you
I say
okay?
that it just casually makes for some of the best action in the shonen out right now. This is what you'll stay for, but you're also rewarded with some easy to love and hate characters in the cast. Over time, more enemies surface, and Sakamoto also gains more allies, expanding his family. One day, his old partner Shin shows up trying to assassinate him. And in the past, this would have been a suicide mission, but Sakamoto is a changed man. He doesn't kill anymore because he has a wife who taught him the value of human life, and a daughter that he wants to set an example for. So you want to know how he handles it? He beats Shin's ass and goes, "Here's an apron. You're not an assassin anymore, bud." Starts weeping. The story isn't anything spectacular, but it's good enough to make you want to know more about this story.
I'm not assassin anymore. Fuck off.
And we get exactly that. We get to see how this family man with a strong sense of justice used to operate when he was an indifferent killing machine. It's so sick, and out of all of the weekly shonen jump manga that I read, Sakamoto Days is one of the most consistently good ones. Chain Soldier is a manga that puts the sub in subreddit. I knew that the manga subreddit was a safe haven for the super horny down bad community because half the posts are just people trying to find the source for a hentai. But this has been consistently making the list at least since last December. The story takes place in a world where portals to another dimension called Maho start popping up all over the place. With these portals come monsters called Shuki and mysterious
Down
groups
bad.
named Peaches that give superpowers or blessings exclusively to women.
You know,
The power
same
balance
story.
has
A
been
rude one.
nearly
She
destroyed.
got
Society
mad at
quickly
me for
shifts toward
calling her
matriarchy, and
Sweet
men
Pea.
get their asses
Like
in the kitchen where they
she
belong.
could just
The main character
say it
Yuki is
in a
about to
nice
graduate
way.
from high school and is concerned about what he'll do for a career when his only skills are keeping the house
What's a
cooking.
TS?
On the way home from school,
Twitch streamer. A Twitch streamer. Okay, Twitch. Oh, that's T. What? I'm getting used to these new fucking abbreviations. A Twitch streamer, you know, say same story. Rude got mad at me for calling her Sweet Pea. I don't know why you hang out in that room anymore then.
A member of the anti-demon corps comes to save him. This is Kyoka. She joins the ADC after her hometown is destroyed by the Shuki. Kyoka has eaten one of the peaches we talked about earlier, and it gives her the blessing of slave.
Excuse me?
Hear me out. She can turn the Shuki into her slaves, and she uses them to fight the others. But this isn't enough, and the pair are quickly overwhelmed. The only way for them to make it out alive is if Yuki agrees to become her slave, and he does it. He's immediately transformed and gains superpowers, as well as the chance to have a purpose being a hero in the anti-demon corps, and also be the butler since men aren't really allowed.
Towers, did anybody tell you? You're fired. It's natural that you go through the stages of grief. This is not...
What I don't understand is why can't we bring back what do you call that anime? I think it's called Vampire of the Seraph. That was never finished. Can we get that back, please? I would love for that to be finished. I don't think it ever got finished. Unless I'm wrong, I just never knew this. Can we get that fixed, please? Seraph of the End. There you go. Seraph of the End. Like, what the fuck? Like, can we not get like a fucking ending to that? I don't think it got an ending. I think it kind of like got canceled ish after like season like 1 or 2. I think it was 2. And I think the third one was like the last or the fourth. I think the third or fourth season's the last one, but like Jesus Christ. The OP was a bop. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it fucking was. That shit was lit. I don't like like it had a nice art style. The character the main character was likable enough. He's tolerable. Sometimes some parts he's a bit annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Trying to be too like I want to kill demons. He has a too much of a tryhard Aaron Yeager vibe, in my opinion. I get why, but then again it comes off a little too tryhardy for me. But he's tolerable enough to not to be too annoying. Per se. I don't know, it's just it's weird. It's weird. Hold on, hon. 1 second. Just to let anyone know, I could be a weapons artist for your game. I can make weapons. I can make guns. I can make knives. I can make swords. Shit, I can make mallets. They're not that hard. It's just shape design pretty much at that point. And then a little bit of form. And there's not really need for much perspective unless something's asked specifically, but I can create weapons easily. They're not that hard. They are not that hard to create. I've been drawing nothing but titties for this long, so like drawing like a whole fledged human compared to a little knife is, or a gun, or even a bazooka, a rocket, whatever the hell you want to refer to it. It's a walk in the park. It takes some time. Not that it's hard. It just takes some time because I have to think of the functionality of said weapon. But 9 times out of 10, they're very easy to deal with. And it's very easy to deal with this shit. Hold on, hon. I'm about to read your comment that you said earlier. I didn't get to read it yet. I just wanted to put these in here real quick. No, we have these. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me see. I just wanted to see the others other Twitch streamer. She was gaming. Her name was something with Iggy or Iggy. Iggy. Okay. Did you see the video I sent yesterday about? Yes, Twitch. Yes, I even responded to it and leave a message on it. Hey, those cool images, using them on the back as accessories on a game, and you can use them like Leonardo. Yeah. Yeah, I could. No, hold on, let me sign. Okay, let me put these three in their own place, and then I'll put second weapon concept art variants dagger. All right, so as far as I see it, we did our weapons. The weapons are done per se, variant wise. So we have options here. So we have the daggers. The weapon variants are right here. So she has two different weapon variants, three different ones. They can either transform to each other or one of them. I kind of like the knives I made the bottom ones. I don't even like the top ones. I like it's in between the middle or the top one, the bottom one. It comes off very Sora or line-ish. It kind of looks like Kirito's sword but smaller. His Excalibur sword. Knives are like hands. They come in pairs. Yes, they do. When I look back at childhood, I watch a lot of boy shows. Ninja Turtles, The American Dragon, and others. Man, we gotta bring back American Dragon. We gotta bring back American Dragon, my bros. No, fuck that. That guy ending. We need to bring back The Life and Times of Jubilee. That needed a fucking ending. That was some bullshit what they did with canceling that show. That show was pretty interesting with that Irish dog, her brother who was really hyperactive all the time but was not that annoying, and then fucking Jubilee who needs to keep the balance between two worlds and afloat. That was kind of interesting where she can see monsters but her friends can't. It was like if you take like the premise of like a fosters of imaginary friends, put it in one human being, and then make them keep things. Oh, got Link's vibes by the bottom vibes. Or Link, you can think. I'm seeing Sora line, Kirito's swords, his Excalibur swords. Oh man, I think I kind of like the bottom ones more. The top one feels kind of generic, but the bottom ones look like it will work. We got the whips, the three variants. So variant whip. Okay, so pretty much she is where she's supposed to be. Now, this is where we start doing. This is where she comes in with color. This is where color starts coming in. I guess I'll use this as a. I'll use this. What is this? Oh, this is the other dagger. I forgot. Oh, the other one. Shit. Shit, I forgot about this. I totally forgot about this one. I guess I'll just throw it in there for now. But I'll come back for those later. So what we're gonna do, I might line art this. I may have to line art this just to color it. Yeah, I may have to do that. Let me see. can probably save myself the hell if I do it this way. Okay, so what I'll do is wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was like, that made no sense to me. I was like, what the fuck? And you said yesterday you were going to work on them tomorrow. It's tomorrow. What? Let me see. Me to bottom. You said work on what? The coloring? Yeah, I said that. Mm-hmm. You're going to work on the coloring. But first I have to line art her. So I'll make it easier so I don't have to keep fucking... She's gonna get line arted. Shit. This is not gonna be fun. This is not going to be fun. Let me see what's going on Instagram. Can you draw ghosts in anime? I can, but I don't have time to do that. Given that there's not much to draw, to be honest. Drawing ghosts in anime will be funny though. I wouldn't lie, I would. Oh, just to let anyone know right now, if you're on Instagram and I'm not talking, if I don't answer to your chat, it's not because I don't want to, it's just that I'm not looking at the chat. Because I need to find an alternative to see the chat while I'm working, because at least I have the other stuff that lets me hear and or see the chat. So, yeah. So if you think I'm ignoring, I'm not ignoring because I'm wanting to, it's because it's just a pain in the ass to run back and forth between the thing and stuff. Okay. You did get my message, didn't you? I did send you a message on whatever you was referring to me to. Get rid of this.
Soldier is written by the guy that made A Comic Got Killed, a guilty pleasure of mine known for being way too edgy. But this is edgy in a whole other way. Instead of excessive violence and gore, there's just a lot of nudity. I mean, who needs plot when you have fan service, right? I don't care about oxygen. I need boobies, nothing more. The crazy thing is, with this, you actually do get more. The action is surprisingly well choreographed, and there's a good diversity among the powers the characters have. Yuki gets other forms depending on who uses him, and the anti-demon corps members can do anything from changing their size like Ant-Man to manipulating time. And it's cool to look at because the art is nice as well. I don't know what the science is, but it's like whenever manga artists are told they're going to be drawing nudity, they draw A-tier art at minimum.
Well, it makes sense.
They have to give him a reward that's equivalent to the amount of effort he puts in.
That makes sense. Think about it. If we're gonna draw titties on the screen, we don't want the titties to be the only reason why you're reading this. We want you to be distracted by the titties, but then again, if the drawings are super clean, super easy to read, and super visually pleasing to the eye, that's the true fan service. People who actually appreciate stuff, they will appreciate that more than the titties. That to them that's just a side note bonus. To people who like art like I do, I will care about that more than the titties because I draw that all the time. So move out of the way, ho. I'm trying to look at these punches. Like that's me.
Come from his latent desires, and my guy only has one thing on his mind. And normally, when a series that's heavy on fan service like this comes along, you expect the characters to be extremely generic placeholders. But this cast feels unique from one another. They have legitimate motivations. There's family drama, sibling rivalries, and thirsts for revenge. And yeah, sure, revenge tales can be basic too, but at least they're cool. What surprised me the most about Chain Soldier is that there's an actual plot. Let's be honest though, you aren't going to be reading for the plot, but you could if you wanted to. I'm Dating a Dark Summoner takes place in your average fantasy world. It's got elves, monsters, the whole nine. The main cast consists of a party of demon hunters, and the newest member is Amona, a dark summoner demi-human who uses demonic powers. She and the team's cleric accuse Amona get off on the wrong foot because he's kinda racist, and nobody expects them to get along. But on their first day working together, they have a one-night stand. They go on to become friends with benefits while trying to hide it, but everyone in the town knows because they aren't exactly good at being low-key about these things. This is obviously another not safe for work manga, but unlike Chain Soldier, there's no real story to it.
I
It
kind of
is
want to read this.
nostalgic, kind of, but it still is mostly fan service with very little substance other than that. I kind of wanted to dislike it based on the first chapter alone, but it's actually hilarious. When I say something's funny, most of the time I don't actually laugh. At most, I'll think to myself, while keeping a very straight face. This made me crack up laughing, but mostly because of this cute little imp that Amona summons. He's an Olympic level instigator and a dramatic attention hog that teases the main cast. He definitely carries the manga, and I probably would have dropped this way before chapter 10 if it wasn't for him. But I ended up sticking around to see that there are other funny things that happen. The humor is very raunchy all the way around. I'm a fan of that type of thing, but I still don't think I'll keep reading it for now. Oyama is living in the fantasy of most teenage boys. He has his own apartment, and one day randomly, a girl that he barely knows from his class named Akatsu shows up and starts hanging out there. At first, he's kind of annoyed because, she wasn't invited, but he is also clueless and introverted. He just wants to be left alone with his manga, video games, and other teenage boy activities, but she won't leave. The main character is
She
the
won't
super
leave me the
nervous type
fuck
who just
alone,
goes with
bro.
the flow. He doesn't even really say much in the first few chapters. Now that I think of it, most of his lines are just his inner thoughts. He kind of just sits there as she teases him in some way, and then she gets embarrassed when it goes too far. Over time, the two
Excuse
grow
me?
closer and develop feelings for each other, but they're both too dumb to notice. It's a very generic story, but I can see the appeal. From what I've read, I get the impression that this is a bit of a slow burn, which I'd imagine isn't too bad because the story doesn't take that long to get through. Each chapter is only 4 pages, and it mostly takes place in Uyama's room. There also aren't too many characters that you have to remember. I ended up reading a few extra chapters because they were so short, and other than their relationships slowly evolving over time, I don't really see much interesting about this one, even as a romance. Literally, the next manga in this list is a way better one. If you haven't been able to tell by now, Reddit has a big soft spot for romance. There are 20 manga on this weekly list, and half of them
Why
are
is it always
usually
Reddit
romance.
with you?
I'm not a hater by
He's just
any
always
means.
jumping on
Romance
fucking
just isn't
Reddit.
a genre that I gravitate to first without being recommended something specific. The Dangers in My Heart has a weird start to it. Ichikawa is an unpopular outcast of a team. He has fantasies about killing his classmates when they get on his nerves. but
Holy
his
shit.
main target is Yamada, a fashion model who's the most popular girl in the class. One day, he sees her by herself in the library and leaps at his chance to be
Say
really
hi.
helpful. Ichikawa is actually a good guy. He tries to convince himself that he's this crazed psycho murderer when he's actually just introverted and socially awkward. This is the kid you're nice to just in case. He wouldn't really do anything crazy, but if you were suspecting
When I
anybody
already,
would snap,
I
he's the
feel
one you'd look
ready,
out for.
will
But
you
in
design
reality,
me a
his only
character?
problem is that he
Might
just
be
doesn't
ready
know how
when
to
I
talk to
move
people
out.
that well.
When
Even
I
when he
feel
tries to
ready,
stick up for
will you
them or
design me a
help them out
character?
somewhere. I was kind of annoyed at the
That
first few
sounds like
pages of
that
this
sounds like
chapter.
freelance work,
His inner
hun.
thoughts paint him as a totally clean
That is
versus a
that is
future murderer.
treading
But
some
this aspect of
freelance
his
work. Is
character
that what
is
you're
dropped a lot.
asking? Because freelance work, because I don't do that for free. That takes a long time. When you say design your character, okay. When you say design your character, are you talking about just a character? Or are you talking about a VTubing model? Because those are two different things. Because that's because I only do chibi versions. I don't do full-fledged versions of that because that takes way too long, and I'm still learning certain things. But if you want a chibi model like I do, like I made for myself, I can do that. Okay. Yeah. It's gonna be pricey though. It's not like $50 or anything. It's pricey because it takes a month and a. Hold on. No, I didn't do nothing wrong. I was about to say. I was like, what? What? Wait, what the fuck? Hey. There you go. Shebang. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, my price is pretty high because like hold on. No, not that. Go away. Okay. Okay. So, just to be clear to those who are here, if you're looking for work from me, my prices is here. This is where I'm just doing a commission. When I mean commission, just a drawing. That's it. When it comes to V2 model prices, it's right here. They are pretty pricey. I'm letting you know that now, so there's no question of like that, because they like to confuse this up here with this for some god awful reason when this is says VTube Chibi avatar model prices. Okay, so I'm just letting you guys know. They're pricey because they take a long time to make and they take a lot of tedious to make it perfect and ready to go. So when you're a rigger, because I'm not rigging them, sadly, I would like to rig them because that'd be even more money in my pocket. But like, since I'm a good artist at that, instead of being a rigger, I'm still learning. It's this much. Okay. I would pay 10,000. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And items are also I'll say $50 each for items. So like if you want, or I don't really do emotes, I do items. I'm not really sure what the emotes. I don't I would make like okay, emotes like okay, making a character do a emote is different compared to just making an item. I can make an item like a hammer or whatever. Like for instance, for my character here, let me use an example because I don't want to confuse anyone. Like when I press this button here. What the fuck? Hey, which button was it? Was it? Oh, we're gonna play this game. Okay, you want to play this game? We can play this game. Whatever. When I actually use you don't want to. Hold on. Did I remove that? I guess I removed it. How did I? What the hell? Yeah, it says 4. No, cancel. 4. It no answered me. Why no answer? Hold on. I think I know why. Okay. I don't know why it's being like this because it always does this every time I tell it not to do something, and then when I tell it to do something, it wants to do this bullshit. He's always sleeping on the job. He doesn't want to do what his job is. It is so odd. Now when I want you to do something, you don't want to do it. Expressions and keyboards that use the keyboard hotkeys. There it is. That was off. Okay, there we go. So like this guy. Yeah, I got it. So like I make the items for like the props here. So when your rigger, like say you want what's the right word? Your rigger wants your rigger needs like someone to make the crying because either they don't want to do the drawing or they can but they don't feel like doing it. They want someone else to do it. I'll make the crying. These little round thingies. I made these. And then I made this. Oops. Let me see this. Okay, my rigger this one, I did not draw this. So every time I see this, it just makes me angry. I hate this button. I'm gonna get rid of that. I hate the oversized button. It looks terrible. Let me see. It was 5. I made the LOL, the big hammer thing. I made this. I drew this. And then my rigger just did whatever they needed to do to make the animation work. So, yeah. Yeah, so my prices, I think they're pretty reasonable given status of what I do and how long it takes and how much I work. And if you pay me, I'll definitely do it on stream. Actually, no. I actually ask all my customers, if I'm going to do your drawing, do you want me to do it on stream? That'll be a little extra because, well, maybe they want their character to be seen. Maybe they have a webtoons or whatever the fuck. Or because I'm going to be streaming to all platforms. So like say for instance the person has like say the person wants their character to be seen as I'm making them because they're trying to promote their webtoons or something. So there's a little extra if you want me to stream it on stream from now on while I'm working on it. That can work too. So now there's a showcase my work. It will also showcase your character if you want to be seen, especially if you're doing like a whole debut thing. So that's that too. So that's up to y'all. Alright, so that's perfectly fine. Just let me know when you're ready and we'll talk about it. I always like references. I love having references. It makes it much easier for me to create your character. Just like how I'm making this character. That's how I do it. The way I do things, this is how I make characters. So, and I use it as a lesson form. So if you're looking for a character, I don't do full-fledged characters like this one I'm doing because this was something for a project I'm working on for my portfolio. That's the only reason why I'm doing this. But if this was like a VTubing model, I will be doing this with a chibi version because not only that they're smaller and easier to manage, but like it's just a faster process, in my opinion. Oops. Or so. So it's up to you. Cool. No problem. I hope that helped, or at least the explanation. So yeah, if any of you are looking... Oh, it looks like it's done over there. I guess my 4 hours is up over there on Instagram. So any of you are looking for a VTubing artist, I'm your guy if you want it. I'm trying to get part of that agency as well. Would like to work for a VTubing artist slash agency because they give good benefits per se. So there you go. There you go. So when I'm making a character design, I kind of treat it like I'm doing a VTubing design. It kills 2 birds, 1 stone. It keeps me consistent so I don't have to worry about, oh, I gotta do the VTubing thing. It's gonna be a pain in the ass type stuff. It makes life a lot easier.
Like 3 chapters into the story, and it's for the best. Because even though it's supposed to be funny, it's really just not. I continued reading the first 10 chapters, but I didn't really vibe with them all that much. There were some laughs here and there, but nothing really stuck out to me. I didn't really care about what was happening. After I finished, I went back to read it a second time because I didn't even know what I would say about it, and I ended up finding out that there is an anime, so I watched that instead, and I ended up having a much better experience with it this way. The story is focused around the interactions between Ishikawa and Yamada. They start off small, like him letting her borrow his knife for a project. Then she shares her snacks with him, and eventually they're having a moment. They gradually build a friendship, and it becomes more and more obvious. Small, like like him letting her borrow his knife for a project. Then she shares her snacks with him, and eventually they're having a moment. They gradually build a friendship, and it becomes more and more obvious that the two of them are kind of feeling each other.
It's a cute story, and the anime does it so much more justice than the manga does in the beginning. That's just
That's
my
usually
opinion.
rare.
I went from not caring about the manga at all
To binging the first season just because I wanted to see what happened.
If romance is your jam, you might like this.
Mama Yu Yu takes place in a world where demons and humans coexist because of the sacrifice of a hero. His successor is a guy named Corleo who's adopted by the demon lord Mamama. Instead of them being at war with each other, they're a family that are trying to figure out their place in a world where their titles are meaningless.
Corleo is 18, and if you've ever been 18, you know this is one of those ages when you're kind of having an identity crisis. You barely know who you are or what you actually want to do with your life. This hits twice as hard for Corleo because he has his identity as the hero, and everyone knows this. But what does being a hero mean when there's no one to save?
I'm not gonna lie. The art's not bad, but the spacing of these eyes, oh god, bro. Oh, I'm getting some Little Mermaid vibes. Holy shit. Bro, those eyes are way too far. Ugh. Shit, that is crazy. That is, ooh, bro. Bro. Like, I'm not making fun of the actress per se. She can't help it, I get it, but like, Jesus Christ. Like, every time I think of a very spaced-eyed person, or at least a character, I think of her. She has such space eyes, it's not even funny, I'm not kidding. Like, she's not a bad-looking girl, not gonna lie, but then again, the eyes are very distracting. Like, the space between her eyes are too far apart. It's like fucking looking at Ray J and his punk-ass sister, Brandy. Fucker looks like a turtle.
From another world shows up in theirs, being chased by his demon lord. Apparently, two heroes can't coexist in the same world without it causing problems. So they team up to defeat the demon, and then some other stuff happens that I don't really want to spoil because there are only 2 chapters out, and it's free to read both of them on Manga Plus right now. It seems like the story is going to be one of self-discovery and identity. Rather than seeing Corleo have the title of hero thrust on him unwillingly, we see him start out being the hero and desperately wanting to live up to his predecessors, but learning that ultimately what's important is him being his own type of hero in his time. There's a chance that we could see some really well-written character development here, if it doesn't get canceled. Most Shonen Jump manga barely make it to 20 chapters before they get the axe, and I can't tell you how many times I've said, I have a good feeling about this one, after only a few chapters just for it to get canceled anyway. So I'm not going to jinx it, but I do like what I've read so far and will most likely be keeping up with.
Right.
Jujutsu Kaisen is a manga that I don't really have to tell you about. It's one of the most popular series out right now, and for good reason. I watched the anime and was hooked by the end of season 1, so I ran straight to the manga. I caught up in like 3 days, but I didn't expect it to be as good as it actually is. It takes place in an unforgiving world that thrusts regular people into life or death situations for the sake of protecting others who are threatened by a world they can't see. It's dark, gritty, and sad at times, but there's also this air of mystery and a looming feeling of hopelessness that have you desperately wanting to keep reading it until you see our heroes achieve some sort of victory.
Now, so the reason I've been telling people to read it is kind of going away. At this point,
I love that video.
Touch the manga until you finish season 2 because the animation for it so far has been movie quality.
Wait, what video? What video? I'm so...
And action where season 2 will leave
Jujutsu
off
Kaisen?
amazing, but I don't think anything
I'm sorry,
since then has been as good. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely not bad, but the Shibuya incident might be the peak.
Dude, come on, stop.
Because you're going to want answers for everything.
Did you know?
As someone who reads the manga every week, I can admit that it does have
you know when you cut your hair, it gets shorter? Yes. It's kind of prevalent when you cut it, but wait, you said something about a video.
A lot of things need to be explained to the reader, but even with the explanations that JJK gives you, sometimes you'll be so confused that you just think, fuck it, and you'll move on so you can see the action.
I'm not gonna lie. One of the things that confuses me is Gojo's powers. like when he explains the whole like the red and the blue, like his negative energy and then X, Y, and Z. I get it to the point when he says when negative and negative makes a positive. I get that part, but when after that I go fucking stupid. I don't know what is he just talking about after he says that. When he says when you take a negative energy and you put another negative energy, it'll make a positive. That makes sense. But if you take a positive and a negative, it makes zero. Makes sense because it's neither positive nor negative. It's right between. But after that, when he starts making some other explanations, I'm like, wait, what? I kind of get stupid at that point. I was like, I can't. Like, this is math class at this point. It's like algebra or calculus at this point. I'm like, you know what? Let's just call it. You're overpowered. I'm happy for you, bro. But you know, Goku's powers are very simple of all time. You know, I just pull a whole Kanye out at that point. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like I can't. Like it just, it gets me every time. Every time. Yeah, that's the video. They said that. Okay. Okay, I got you. That shit throws me off. And it makes me mad because I want to literally understand how his powers work. So when something's happening, I can call either bullshit or whatever the case may be. But because it's so convoluted and the fights are pretty like solid, you don't really question it too much. This is probably my Western American brain just kicking in at that point where not giving a fuck literally just comes in.
Then do that. Then watch the movie. Then watch season 2. Then start reading the manga. It could be overhyped, but I think it's worth it. One Punch Man is another one that you probably already know about. It was one of the best anime of 2015 because of how visually stunning it is. Saitama is a hero who doesn't get the recognition he deserves. He doesn't have the charisma of the traditional
Just to
heroes
let
of
everyone
Marvel.
know, I'm not using when I'm doing line art from now on, when I'm doing line art, I do not use pressure sensitivity yet. I turn that off. Just to let everyone know, I do not use from now on when I'm doing line art. I don't use line pressure sensitivity at all. Because it causes too much headache and problems. So I learned this from Japanese art. I've been watching a lot of Japanese artists like explain how they do shit, and it's a lot more simpler than how Americans explain shit. And I don't know why we make things so difficult here in America. But anyway, the thing is that when I'm doing the drawing, from now on, when I'm doing line art, the pressure sensitivity is totally off. And then when I'm done with the line art, like everything's closed up and everything's fine, then I put on the pressure sensitivity and then start putting on line weight. For those of you who don't know what line weight is, it's basically the weight that you put up on the line based on layering. Based on layering and like this, that's line weight. What I just did there, that right there is technically line weight. Like I'm adding more thicker line because there's a overlap of the chin to the neck. That's what line weight is. So if you're confused on what that is what is overlapping. So like see the breast overlaps the upper torso. So what I'll do is put a thicker line under the breast, and then when it goes outside of that line, it stays thin. So that's what that is. Whenever anything is, it actually goes two ways. When something is overlaying, like if my hand is overlaying over this hand, the hand that's on top will get thickened and the other one will stay thin. Okay, so like the hand that's here, this hand that's on top, whenever it's crossing through the hand that's at the bottom, that's where you thicken. When it's sticking outside, see the tips of my fingers, when it's sticking outside past said object, my hand, the bottom hand, it stays thin. So the dynamicism stays that it don't stay totally thick all the way because it's gonna look really strange. That's how you keep line weight pretty and relevant from that point. So like let's use an example real quick for those of you who don't understand if you're still having trouble grasping this. Let's use this character for here. Here Third did a good job at this. He does a great job at making planes of lines and just us his sketches. So what he did or she did, I don't know the gender. So what they did is see how this finger here overlaps the cup of the drink he's drinking. See how this finger has that thick line right here? That thick line overlaps this thing. There's a thick line here as well, thick line here as well. And then once it sticks outside of that, it thins. But because the body, the arm is overlapping the whole chest here, it's going to thicken till it gets out of overlaying something. So the elbow here will be less thin from this arm. Back here will be thin. Everything inside will be thickened because there's a overlayering. So like the straw here overlayers the face because it's on top of the face based on our perspective. So therefore the straw right here will be thicker than the face. Okay. Now there is ways to actually make this work as well. If you want to make it more comic book looking, you can outline. The outline of the drawing will be thickened. So you thicken the outside of the lines from the outside of the outskirts of the drawings. So it has that more comic book look or so. Got Spider-Man vibes by the clothes. Ooh. Yeah, you can see. I can kind of see what you see. Just wait until you meet his other character next season. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, bro. Don't do this to me, bro. Don't do this to me, bro. So, like, here, for instance, this is where Pororo did. Hold on. So, what Pororo did here, or Pararo, I'll say Par. I'll say Par for it's much easier. What Par did here is that the hand is thickening over the heart, so the thickness of the fingers will thicken more on the outlines of it. From this point on, whenever a character or an object is overlaying something, you thicken it. When it's not really overlaying anything, say like the background is really nothing. You don't thicken anything. But when it's literally on top of an important object, you thicken the thing that's on top. So like this arm here is thickening. This arm here, this arm overlaps the chest, the breast, the stomach, and the leg. So I will thicken the arm. You don't have to be too super thick, but it has to be noticeable to see that you can see it. So it doesn't fall into that situation of it blending in with the body and looks like a big mush of nothing. So this is why it's really important. And it seemed like he started to, or they, put a lot of thickness into the neck here because the head overlaps the neck. And because there's shadow happening at the same time, that's also a thing. So like say for instance the shadow is coming this way. Everything here will be also thickened from the outline as well, given the direction. So if the light's coming from the left, you thicken on the right. That's how it works. It's important to keep that in mind when doing something like this. Rabbit girl, eat heart. Yes. So yeah, that's something you should keep in mind whenever you're drawing or trying to keep things in line. Because his is a very comic book anime-esque webtoons like aesthetic. So I know that no, I think it's a him. No, it is a him. He puts in enough thick lines for it not to be problematic or too distracting. He actually uses the thick lines to his advantage on the way he where he uses his characters based on perspective and stuff. So this is something to always keep in mind when you're doing line art. So you're always wondering, why does the line art look so great and my shit look like crap when I do the sketch? It's because there's two reasons why your drawing may look like shit line art wise and compared to your sketch. The reason why your sketch looks good and your line art looks like crap is because there are two things. One, your sketch is not balanced, meaning you did not do the flipping method. So that keeps things balanced. Two, either the second reason may be just this usually is a major problem, but because the drawing itself is not fluid enough. What I mean fluid is the gesture is not as gestural as you think. So when you start drawing or line arting it, it looks really stiff. So this is why I always emphasize doing gesture drawing and really practice doing your drills, because the more you make your drawings look a lot more lifelike, or at least a lot more like exciting, based on movement. Even when I put a box on on the drawing, it doesn't look stiff. You see what I'm saying? That's why I always tell my students, do not do the proportions first. Get the gesture right first. When I say gesture, I'm not talking about the accuracy of the body. I'm talking about the fluidity of the action itself. Once you get the fluidity of the action correctly, then you can start adjusting, because what proportion truly is detail based on adjustment. That's literally what it is. Adjustment based on perspective and measurement, but you can usually eyeball it pretty well if you're good enough. But this is why the drawing here still looks very expressive, even as a robotic looking perspective body. You know what I'm saying? So the goal is to get as gestural as possible. Once you hit that stage of this feels very fluid in its movement, then you start putting boxes and see how uh, expressive it looks. And then all you have to do from that point, once you feel like the boxes are very expressive, the robot body or model looks really expressive, is just make adjustments based on how long, how big, and based on perspective. That really does make a difference. So, like for instance, like the body here, the head is going to be, or the head and the hand are going to be the two most biggest things here. The stomach and the breast, the stomach, and the lower half of the butt is going to be the mid size, and then the knees to the feet are going to be the smallest because of the distance. So you have to make sure the distance is there, so the depth is there, and everything else. So this is something, if you want to master the idea of perspective, draw in boxes and cylinders and spheres. Those are the three things you need to learn how to draw a body if you want it in perspective. Now, if you're talking about gestures, I suggest keep it mostly circular, very soft. Don't go in with the intention of getting it right on the first time. It's all about looseness. It's about loose movement, verb, action. That's literally what it is. So don't get that confused with anatomy. When I say the word anatomy, I'm talking about every fundamental in one go with the idea of detail. Okay? So when I say your anatomy is off, I'm saying either your perspective, your proportion, and probably your gestures off. Not really color. I'm not talking about color at all. Or probably your forms are not too distinct. It's lacking in distinctness and form. So when I say your anatomy's off, that's usually those four things. It's one of those four things or all four. It's either one of those. So yeah. But this is why constant practice is needed in understanding thy subject. After a while, drawing the same thing over and over again in different forms, and you have a visual library of what you're dealing with on a constant. So it's not a big anxiety-inducing thing that's happening to you. For those of you who are new to drawing or getting to anime or want to draw anime or anime girls or anime guys or anime monsters or anything anime related or just cartoons in general. We did this yesterday, and I did like a spitballing drill session, and a lot of people was enjoying it because I understand perspective based on using squares and squares, spheres, and cylinders. Cylinders are meant for arms. The circles are meant for joints and places where what do you call it? The sockets are, like for your shoulders, your knees, and maybe where the joints will connect, where the I forgot what it's called, that connects from the leg to the thigh. I forgot what it's called. But like the socket here, here, and here. So whenever you're using circles, it's for joints like your elbows, your shoulders, your knees, your kneecaps, and stuff. Cylinders are for your arms, your legs, and then boxes are meant for the chest. There will be a trapezoid depending on where you're looking from a certain angle for the pelvis. You can still make a square, a cube in a pelvis, but I suggest use a trapezoid because it really depends. If you're using a woman, it's going to be more trapezoidish. If it's a male, you got to use more of a square because women's hips tend to spread more outward, or more outward than males. So that's something you need to keep in mind when drawing anime females in some ways, because the pelvis is very important. That what really makes the distinction between males and females, other than there's just the chest area, and then some sizing issues because for females the traps are a lot shorter, smaller, shoulders a lot more smaller and daintier, arms a lot more skinnier and daintier, breast is a lot more, rib cage is a lot more daintier and smaller compared to male's chest. Male's chest are like 30% more wider. Women's waist is much smaller than men's. It really depends. Now, if what I'm talking about, the petite, lean type girl I'm referring to. If we're talking about buff, then that's a little different. There's still going to be a significant difference between women who are really buff and men who are very buff, because even if they're buff, there's still some bone structure that is going to be smaller than a buff male. So like if you're a super buff male and you're a super buff woman, it doesn't matter. You won't out buff the man if you're the same height, weight, and everything. He's just going to be bigger than you by just biology, by default. It's not being hateful or mean. It's just the truth. So when you're drawing your characters, you have to keep this in mind, that the waist is smaller, it's not as wide. Depending on what kind of female you're wearing. If she's chubby, that still doesn't matter. Like even if I were to go overweight or whatever the case may be, the divot between here, let me just here, the divot here will always be prevalent. It doesn't matter how overweight or how skinny she is or how muscular, that divot will always be there. So that shows the difference between the male and female. Males have the divot too, but it's more square. That's why their love handles come off more like inward out, not outward in. With women, it's I think outward in, inward out. God, I can't speak. Jesus Christ. And you might ask this question: how do I know anatomy so well? I didn't sit and watch no fucking medical book. All I did is based on my experience and what I retained by experience. That's it. That's usually the experience is not from a book. It's not even from a video. It's literally just doing the practice and then taking notes in my head based on my experience. I didn't write no book. I don't have no booklet or anywhere that's hiding somewhere that has a bunch of like scratch notes and stuff. It's just literally in my head based on my experience. It's just like if you watch an anime, after a while you got the premise of this fucker by now. So you understand? It's like that. Or a video game. You play enough Call of Duty, they all play the goddamn same. If you played one Call of Duty or two, you played them all. You know what I'm saying? There's a little bit of differences here and there, but it's pretty much run, gun, shoot the enemy, that's it. And then you call out the dogs that eat your face if you get enough kills. It is what it is. So I hope that answers the question. Okay. Yeah, let's fix this up. Let's just get this out of the way and then we can do this. I'm sorry for going on that tangent. I tend to do that way too much than I should. It tends to get me in trouble sometimes.
He can beat anyone in one punch, makes his achievements seem unbelievable. He's so strong that he's bored and doesn't get the fulfillment from fighting that he trained so hard to feel. It's a refreshing concept, but one that kind of gets old quick. So in order to balance this out, the entire supporting cast is lifted up to have the character growth that Saitama would get if he wasn't already at his peak. He has an apprentice named Genos that's insanely strong, but the fact that he knows how strong Saitama truly is makes him even more aware of his weaknesses. He puts everything on the line anytime he fights, and more often than not, he ends up in pretty bad shape, but he never gives up. He keeps training and getting better so that he can be recognized by the one person whose opinion he truly values, and so that he can be the best version of himself. It's kind of hard for me to think of a secondary character who doesn't have at least as much depth as he does. Right now, Saitama is strong enough to sneeze away Jupiter. He's unbeatable, but everyone else has to train and go beyond their limits in order to overcome some of the more serious threats. It's hype seeing him level a mountain with one punch, but you're drawn in by the plot and stories surrounding everyone else. And also the art. Like, look at this. It blows me away. Even if I didn't enjoy reading it, I would still check in every chapter just to admire the art. Every little detail is in there, from the drops of blood and sweat flying off the characters as they're fighting, to every piece of rubble and speck of dust that's caused by their earth-shattering attacks. One day on Twitter, the
I think I give
illustrator
too much
Mr.
information.
posted a picture of a cup, and the internet didn't realize that this was something he drew for practice. Yeah, you can't really tell until you pay close attention to the details in the middle and along the rim that this isn't a photo. This guy is a machine, and unironically, one of my favorite artists out right now. Oh my god, bro, is dick riding all you do? Yes, but it's not just me. The main discussion around
Oh
most
my
of the
god,
action
bro,
film
is Dick
chapters
Riding
on
all
Twitch
that you do?
How the hell is anyone supposed to animate this? This is the type of art that looks like it would bankrupt an animation studio, and it's consistently this quality every month. Here's a random page from the manga. This is what it looked like animated in season 2. I get that we were spoiled with the first season, but this is one of the rare times where I would tell someone to pretend like the show doesn't even exist after a certain point, and to only read the manga. Takakura believes in aliens, and Ayase believes in ghosts.
I think this
They
anime,
both think the
this
other is
anime is
stupid
getting.
for it,
I think
so they
this
come up
manga's
with
getting an
a pair.
anime.
One would go to a haunted tunnel, the other would go to a place where aliens have been seen, and they both discover that not only are they both real, ghosts and aliens are also kind of pervy too. Once they discover these entities for the first time, Takakura and Ayase's lives are continuously disrupted by supernatural or extraterrestrial threats. I know I've spent about half of this video talking about how much I enjoy certain manga on this list, but Dandadan is the one that I really don't shut up about. It is technically a battle shonen, but that description doesn't do justice to what it really is. There is a lot of breathtaking action, but at the same time, there's a little bit of something for everyone. Romance, comedy, horror, mystery. You can honestly throw a dart at a board full of random genres, and wherever that dart lands, Dandadan has been at one point, even mecha for some reason. I wouldn't be surprised if there was something like an alien bowling arc in the future. This is one of the most random
Alien
manga
bowling
that you
arc?
read. It continuously had me wondering what the hell is going on here, even though the events are extremely clear in how they're described. My balls are gone? Takakura has his family jewel stolen by a ghost named Turbo Granny after she possesses him. When she adds a little bit of her powers to him to spice him up a bit, they become a rare resource full of spiritual energy that ghosts believe can bring them back to life. Obviously, he wants to get them back, but while he and Ayase are trying to get them back from Turbo Granny, she loses them, so there's no telling who or what might have them. Is this a little juvenile for a plot to be based around? Yeah, absolutely. And I actually forgot until recently that this was the goal of the main characters. But it is funny, and also the manga just isn't that shallow. Let's talk about characters. The cast is pretty big, and it expands a little bit each arc. Instead of everyone being dumped on us at one time and being shelved until they're needed in the story, we're given time to slowly learn more and more about each individual. What from their past made them the way they are
You
now.
know, when I sit down and hear this, you know, for some odd reason, this is really unrelated to what the fuck we're listening to. You know, when I look at Will Smith now, all I see is Wilt. You know, I just see Wilt. Wilt from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. That's all I see now. Every time I see Will Smith, I just see Wilt. A sad excuse for an imaginary friend who just constantly has to say sorry because his wife is crazy. That's like literally, I see Will Smith as like this imaginary friend who's Wilt. I think Wilt, the big red one, the basketball playing one. That's crazy. I keep thinking that every time. I'm like, bro, you remind me so much of Wilt. You're always on the chopping block for some shit, and it's like, half the time it's not even you doing it. You're always saying sorry for this crazy woman. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. I kind of just look at him like that, like all the time. It's kind of sad. Because even after everyone made fun of him, I'm like, man, you know what? You gotta kind of feel bad for the dude after a while. You kind of like pity him. Because like, if you stop and truly think about it, I don't think he was. I don't even think he really was aware that this woman was going to embarrass him the way she did to him. I don't think she was really looking at it like that. I mean, looking at it like that, because if he knew, I don't think he would have been on that show. For everyone to know the nonsense that was going on with Jada Pinkett Smith. Like, I made fun of him, and I still kind of do, but like, it's under just good, harmless fun per se. But then again, no matter how harmless the fun may be, it's still a bit hurtful, I guess you can say, in that sense. Now, am I gonna stop making fun of him? Hell, fuck no. I'm gonna keep making fun of him, but like, I'm going to at least acknowledge that the shit that's happening to him is not that cool. Because I don't think anyone would want that happening to them. Not even myself, but like, Jesus Christ. Like, it must really fucking suck to be like constantly on edge with this woman, constantly putting you and embarrassing you every step she gets. And it seems like she's not stopping or will stop at any time soon. It's not like she's enjoying it if you stop and ask me. Like, she just seems like the type of person who revels at the fact that her husband is like, or ex-husband, I think they are now divorced, is like, you know, it just seems sad. I wonder what's doing this to, like, how is this affecting the kids 9 times out of 10? I'm pretty sure no one gives a shit, but like, Jesus, that's just sad. That must really suck. That. There we go. Like that. Okay. Yeah, I suggest anyone who's into line art turn off the pressure sensitivity first and do the line art after. I mean, do the line weight after.
These are questions that don't go unanswered. Even with the villains, everyone has their own quirks, strengths, and weaknesses, and the way they interact with one another feels genuine. When the main cast isn't fighting against paranormal or occult threats, there are these moments between them where they might be playfully bickering, sharing a meal, or being vulnerable. You'd be surprised at how a manga that randomly has a character say the words 10-gallon wiener can also include some well written and emotionally charged scenes that will have you going, damn, this kind of messed me up. Dandadan is mostly fun, but it will make you feel things other than joy occasionally. However, it doesn't punish you for getting invested in the story. Characters don't need to be killed off every chapter just for it to be good. Aside from how dope the volume covers are, one of my favorite things about this manga are the Easter eggs. They make me feel nostalgic when I read it, and they're always worked into the story in a way that's exciting but doesn't feel forced. If there is one thing that I want you to take from this video, it would be to at least give Dandadan a chance, because I promise you once this gets animated, you will be seeing people talk about it everywhere. Frieren is an elf in a group of heroes that goes on a 10-year journey that ends after they defeat the demon king. But what happens after the journey is over and everyone goes their separate ways? For her, 50 years passes in an instant, and she meets up with her former teammates to see that they've all aged while she remains young. After sharing one last adventure, one of her friends dies, causing her to become stricken with grief, even though she'd only known them for what seems like a brief period of time in her life. She breaks down in tears thinking, even though I knew a human's lifespan is short, why did I never think about getting to know him more? Wishing to correct this and learn more about humanity as a whole, Frieren heads off on another adventure, visiting old friends and retracing the steps they once took together years ago. This is a heartfelt, laid-back story that draws you in easily with its relatable themes, and they're clear from the start. Time is precious. Life is about forming relationships and making memories with the people you love. We often take time for granted, especially when we're younger, and this manga does a great job at portraying how we can sometimes let life and opportunities pass us by because we think there's always tomorrow. Frieren is at least 1,000 years old, and that's basically still a young adult for an elf. As you read, you can see that she's still trying to figure out the world and the things that are important in life. She goes from being an almost robotic person in the past to someone who's extremely conscious and thoughtful. She's trying her best to avoid making the same mistakes she's made in the past by showing the people around her that she cares about them, because they aren't going to be around her forever. Frieren is one of the most powerful mages, but her and her apprentice do odd, sometimes monotonous jobs in exchange for the most trivial magic spells as a reward. She has a spell that makes grapes more sour, and we find out that one of her
with sour grapes. She has a spell that can create flowers, and she uses it to make sure that the memorial of one of her old friends is surrounded by a near extinct type of flower from his homeland. There's something beautiful about seeing this character trying to become close to the people she's lost. If you've ever been in that position, it's kind of sobering to read. Out of everything that I read for the first time for this video, this is without a doubt the best. I got to chapter 10, and before I knew it, I was on 20. I can't really speak for the whole series because there are over 100 chapters out now, but it definitely has a great start. I just found out recently that the anime for this starts soon, so maybe be on the lookout for that if you prefer watching. Yo, thanks for watching the video. Please let me know what you think in the comments because I really enjoyed making it and I would be down to do it again or something similar if you all are interested in seeing it. Before you leave, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I upload. I wish I could give you a regular release schedule right now, but I can't really, so for the time being, this is the best way to keep up. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon, and I am here with Pinky Boo.
Hello.
Pinky Boo is here. We're going to talk about Five Nights at Freddy's, the FNAF movie. We've seen it. We went to go see it yesterday, and we're going to give some thoughts on that. But mostly we're going to talk about, I think, the box office, because this thing is making, like, ridiculous money.
Really?
As it should be.
There you go, as it should be. Audiences love it. This is after it took a critical drumming from all the salty. That's pretty bad. 25%. A lot of people were calling it the worst movie of the year. It was not.
I don't think it deserves that.
No. Was it the best movie? No. But it wasn't the worst movie ever. And I think there's some other stuff going on here. So we'll talk about all this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, do you want to give a woohoo?
I don't do woohoo.
She doesn't do woohoo. So
I'm a separate person. I am not.
I know. I didn't know if you wanted to step into the woohoo.
Hey, no,
role.
every time it's offered, I don't do the woohoo.
Could you do like a something else? Could you do like no?
Oh, God.
That's too
What?
easy. No,
Well, I
not
would
good.
do it like a yippee, but I can't right now because my voice is messed up.
Okay.
I'm sick.
So she's gonna phone in and get me.
Yippee.
So, there you go. Yippee.
There you go.
All right. So Five Nights at Freddy's, it came out yesterday, and it made a ton of money. And this is after critics slam this movie. Now, I think there's something else going on here because having watched the movie, having had the lowest possible expectations for the movie, I was pleasantly surprised it wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen. I think there is something else going on here since we have such a discrepancy between the audience and the critical score. I think some people might be angry because they don't want to put money in the Scott Cawthon's coffers.
Oh,
That's
okay.
my personal
I see what's
the
happening.
Scott Cawthon controversy.
I don't. Okay, when the Scott Cawthon controversy happened, I wasn't in the FNAF fandom anymore. I was now like.
No one gives a flying shit. Like, who cares?
The real world.
No.
Like, who cares if this dude gave money to Republicans? Who gives a shit? That's what he identifies with. Leave him the fuck alone. I don't see the fucking point. What's the big deal?
Is Scott Cawthon made the cardinal sin of being a conservative and donating to Republican candidates, and apparently there was a beef with his fans and Vivzy Pop's fans, and there was doxing involved, and it ended
Holy
with
shit.
him pretty much walking away from Five Nights at Freddy's, but he still gets paid. It's kind of like J.K. Rowling. She still gets paid. It doesn't matter if you like her or not. If you buy anything, Harry Potter, she gets paid regardless of what you think about her personal opinions on things. Same with Scott Cawthon. He still gets paid. And he was given like producer credit and screenwriter credit and all that in this movie. That's what I think is potentially going on some level. And some people just didn't get it because they're like, why is this guy just sitting in a chair looking at screens? I'm like, you've never played the game. That's what you do.
Even if you have played the game, I feel like this movie was basically, or like definitely, like you had to be there when it was popular. You like had to have like a basic understanding of the lore,
Yeah.
or whatever, to understand it. Because like you've played the games with me before on the channel, but like you didn't understand some of the stuff. So
yeah, and we'll talk about that because I had on the way back from the theater, Pinky Boo explained as briefly briefly as she could the entire backstory of FNAF.
Man,
and
I was brief with it. I ignored several fan theories, and condensed all 7 games because yes, I didn't hate security at the end there. Although I will. Sorry.
well, I think they're going
7
to.
games into 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think they're going to, based on characters that appeared in this movie. I think
Yeah.
Security Breach is definitely going to
Yeah.
be considered canon. There were some changes made. We'll talk about that, but let's talk about the box office first. So, regardless, critics slammed this thing. They said it was still going to make $65 to $85 million. I think it's going to do better than that because it did almost $40 million on opening day. That's more than Mario. It did more than Mario.
This has been like
Shit.
one of the most,
Okay.
compared, like, I think this movie has been the most hyped movie compared to like Into the Spider-Verse and Barbie, and
That
it's
sounds
been very
kind of.
popular.
That
Yeah,
sounds
it's
kind of
definitely an
like
event
that sounds like a
movie,
you
and
thing. That sounds like a
it's been,
biased
what, 8
response.
years in the making or something like that. But beyond that, like, it was a cheap movie to make. I heard the budget for this thing was only $25 million.
Oh, that's kind of cheap.
$25 million. And they probably spent most of that on the on the costumes, on the animatronics.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
actually really
And,
cheap
I
to
mean,
believe.
there were just a couple of sets and a couple of actors. None of them are like huge. No offense to the actors, but none of them are like huge names, right? So
I get them. But I would like to point out that, you know, the game does just take place in an office for 5 days.
Yeah.
Or nights, technically. So I thought that surprising that they are things.
Yeah. My only disappointment is Nicolas Cage did not show up. I wanted Nicolas Cage to show up.
We need to leave
Secret
that
Agent
alone.
Which is like the knockoff Freddy's movie. Freaking God, I love that movie. It's so schlocky.
It's so schlocky.
It's so good. It's so bad it's good. So let's talk about the box office. This is coming from Collider. Five Nights at Freddy's scares up massive global box office debut despite lukewarm reviews. This is lukewarm. 25%. That's pretty damn bad.
That is freezer burn.
That is, yeah. Five Nights at Freddy's has had a highly successful box office debut and is projected to earn around $130 million globally over the weekend, making it one of the biggest ever. The movie has already earned $52.8 million at the global box office. It could beat the opening weekend of John Wick 4 and Fast X, and it already beat Mario's opening day.
Holy shit.
The Five Nights at Freddy's scam.
Yeah, there's a reason it's popular. There's a reason that they sell the toys at Walmart, right?
Which is so problematic because this fucking franchise is not for children. I don't get it. Like, oh my god, bro. Like, it's funny, but yet it's concerning at the same damn time. Like, make this make sense. Like, if I drew an anime character on Twitter that is considered very beloved, if I draw them slightly off, people lose their heads and say and call you a bunch of phobes and stuff. But Jesus Christ, but a game about a serial crazy person taking the lives of children is marketed to fucking children. This is a parent problem. This is not even a business problem. I said this yesterday. This is a parent problem. That's how much these fucking parents don't pay attention to their stupid kids. I can't even blame the kids. The kids are going to be exposed to things. They're not gonna. Kids naturally want to do things that their parents don't want them to do. That's just kind of part of the gif of being human as a child in some form, shape, or especially if they don't think they're gonna get caught or get in trouble or don't think their parents are gonna give a shit. They're going to take on that role so fast it's not even funny. It is what it is. We all been there. We all did that. We all try that. But like Jesus Christ, it's just like that just proves how much parents don't give a shit of what their kids are doing. And this is one. And they sit there and say, "Oh, why is my kid like this? Why is my kid into like because of you, motherfucker? The kid is doing whatever it naturally is doing because you allow it to do it to whatever the hell it wants. It's you." Yeah, I'm not even blaming the kid. The kid's not the problem. It's you. It's literally you. Yes, I'm parent blaming. It is what it is. It's you. I'm blaming the parents. And that, you know what? Five Nights at Freddy's exposed one thing: how irresponsible majority of most parents are. Like, low key. I'm not even kidding. Because that shit is not, like, if you literally go up to a parent and tell the premise, like, let's just say, let's not even call it Five Nights at Freddy's. Just go up to a parent, any parent, and tell them the premise of Five Nights at Freddy's without saying it's Five Nights at Freddy's for children. And then ask them, would you watch your kid watch that? They'll say no. If you don't say Five Nights at Freddy's, don't even mention the name. Just mention the fact that this is a horror movie or horror franchise, and just tell them the premise of the like, take out the Freddy name, take out even the animatronics, replace the animatronics with something else, and literally explain the story all over again. Don't even say animatronic. Don't say animatronic like ghosts. Don't. So they just say ghosts. Yeah, I saw the movie. A kid was sitting next to me with his mom, and he didn't look older than I. See what I'm saying? And then the parents walk in knowing it is a scary movie. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, if your kid's 5, or look 5, or at least 5, and you're going to see a scary... Why would you go see a scary movie with your kid? Let's just stop and think to yourself about that. Where is the win of watching something gruesome with your kid? You can watch anything else, but you have to watch that, specifically that. Especially if it's marketed the way it is. It's not like you can't figure out it's not. Like, you don't even know Five Nights at Freddy's. You can look at it by the literal, like, fucking commercial and can tell that it's not for kids. Like, what the shit? Like, it's so weird. It is so freaking weird. It's like... But that just proves how much these parents let their kids be babied by the internet, and then they freak out on why their kids is some type of thing that's going on with them. Like, it's not that hard to figure that shit out. You're just either neglectful or you just don't want to deal with your kid because you're probably one of those parents who had kids way too early and then really didn't think it through and then had to lie to yourself and tell your kid is such a blessing, because they always whenever I hear someone says their kid is a blessing other than something actually a miracle happened, they like a cancer thing, I know you're just one of those parents who just had kids young. Whenever you tell me that, I know for a fact you're not like a very responsible individual too much. You may be responsible, you're not that responsible. Like, let's just call it for what it is. My aunts and uncles falls in this very, very situation. Straight up. I'm not even gonna play that game. Whenever they said, they're such a blessing, or they're blessings, this is my blessing, fuck you. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, straight up. Like, have any kid explain to you the premise to like, go up to your, like, okay, you know how you know it's a problem? Go up to your grandma and explain the premise. She will have a heart attack. She will have a heart attack. Any old grandma who has some sense will lose their shit. They'll be like, I don't want you looking at that. You know what I'm saying? Now, am I saying for these kids not to watch Five Nights at Freddy's? It's really way too late for that. But, like, I wouldn't... If I was a parent, I don't think I will have them playing Five Nights at Freddy's. If this was, like, in the time... Like, I just don't think it's a good idea to have them playing Five Nights at Freddy's at that age. If they're 10 and older, then yes. I don't see why not. It's like, you have to... If you're 10 or, like, a little bit in the double digits, then I'll let you play a little Five Nights. It's not that serious. It's not like you're seeing any real gruesomeness. It's literally screaming animatronics screaming in your face. It's not like you're watching something like Manhunt, if you know what I'm talking about. If you're old as I am, you know what I'm talking about, Manhunt, or like Postal or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, Manhunt is just 100% violent for the sake of being violent. It's not even GTA violent. It is just violent for the sake of being violent. Like there's like no rhyme or reason per se for Manhunt per se. Like there is a reason, there is a story in Manhunt, the video game for PlayStation 2, but it is extremely more violent compared to that of GTA. I think any GTA game. You know what I'm saying? I would not have my kid be playing something like that, and then because they would be probably think that's cool or fun or whatever the case may be, and then try to recreate what they see with their brothers and or sisters, and then we have ourselves a problem. And then I'll be on the news. New. Big no. Look, I understand. When I was a kid, I played violent, immature games when I was a teenager. I'm not gonna play a hypocrite game like I'm some better than thou type kid, individual. But there's a like it's just different. It's just different because I think kids are a lot more impressionable than they were back then, and that's maybe my bias talking. But it's just we live in a more hypersensitive world. And if like I had my kid playing GTA 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then they start repeating what they learned in GTA in school, best believe they're going to be calling me up at the fucking office. And like I said, we live in a very hyper progressive time right now. So super political, social climate, blah blah blah. I don't need to be called by the principal to tell me that little Jace Jr. over here said something about a certain demographic of people or whatever because it was funny, which probably was probably funny. I'm not gonna lie. I probably would laugh at my kid. But the fact that they said it in school, I wouldn't be too happy with it. I still have to be dad, not his friend. Well, yeah, not his like. I think you can be friends with your kids, but I don't think you should be like you should be your kid's best friend. But what makes a good friend is one who tells them the truth. So you can still be friends with your kid, but you don't you can still tell them the truth and still scold them. I'm not beyond that scolding shit, but you know, there's a time and place for things. It's not just that. It's also the music too. Oh my god. Like perfect example like what's her name? Trippy Red. I don't think that's the right name. It's the woman who's saying something about her booty hole brown or some shit. That right there just tells me the peak of where we are right now. Like it's not even subliminal. Like you know what I'm saying? Like how Eminem like does subliminal messaging. You have to like literally know like layers on metaphors on what he's trying to say. No, no, it's not like that anymore. They just literally tell you outright what the hell they mean. It's like, where's the fun in rap anymore? I'm saying like there was like metaphors meant something, even if it was like even something that was violent and probably like extremely gang related. It had some form of passage of understanding what something is what they're trying to say. That what made kind of like rap fun, other than just putting words together. They had significant meaning. Now these days, they don't even have to have meaning. They just have to be as raunchy or as what's the right word? Uh, extremely vulgar as possible because they know that the more vulgar I go, therefore I'll get more press. It's a lot like that woman on that meme, the one who said she needs her something scratched. You know, if you know what I'm talking about, if you know now you know. She said she needs her something scratched, and she out here eating, motherfuckers' ass and shit like that. So like that was funny. But when you really stop and think of it, I think she's a rapper too. The funny thing about that is like it's funny when you first watch it because it's just so shocking. But when you stop and think about it, you're like, he really just said that. That's not going to age well. I'm not going to lie. That is not going to age well. Given how the internet works, that's not going to age well. Like Kim Kardashian right now is facing this very problem because now I think this was like a year ago where her son and or kids was playing Roblox or some shit like that, and she wanted to sue Roblox because some, stupid kid person, I don't know, made a funny meme of her of Kim Kardashian crying, that meme with her crying. And for some odd reason she went off saying that she's going to sue Roblox because how dare they have images of her face onto the game? A meme. Yeah, you gotta commission me if you want me to draw a dinosaur. Try a dinosaur. Dinosaur. It is what it is. But, and then I think she tried to do it again because they made jokes about her in her past relationships of how she became famous. She is trying to hide the fact that she was famous for very obvious reasons. That she don't want her kids to know, which it's going to be very difficult for her to hide because, well, everyone knows. Everyone and their dog knows. Ray J made a song of this very thing. It must really suck to be the kid of Kim Kardashian, knowing that anyone at school can pop up this video on you at any moment and say, "Hey, dude, I don't like you. Look what this dude who wrote about your mom, who used to be with your mom, said." What do you do? What can you do? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is going to haunt your children more than you probably may think. But, they don't think that far. That's why there's a lot of OnlyFans women, and they don't realize how that's going to bite them in the ass in the long run. But, what do I know? I'm just an anime boy drawing anime titties. What did I know? I don't know nothing. I just draw anime titties. I don't know anything I'm talking about. It's not like the internet is a dangerous place when you post stuff. It's not like it's going to ruin your employment in time. Make you probably unemployed in the long run. That sucks though. Okay. I'm just making sure everything's closed up, so when I put in the colors, I can just switch out whatever colors I want, so there's no issue. That's why I'm being very anal on how I'm doing this. Okay. Okay. Overlapping, like I said, the hair's overlapping the face, so I thicken the hair here, like so. So that's why it looks very cool, because I know where the overlap and whatnot. Okay. Oops. I don't like when they smile like that. There you go. Feeling the mouth a little too low. There we go. Now let's take this away real quick. Oop. Let's see how she looks so far. I still think the eyes are a little bit too spaced off, but what do you think, Bri? Do you think the eyes are way too spaced? I think there's a spacing here that feels kind of off. It could be just me. I try to avoid that problem as much as possible, so like just as much as I expect people not to have spaced eyes, I do the same for myself. Eyes look good to me. Think so? Oh, if you guys stop spinning. Oh, you stop spinning. I don't know, something about the eyes are... Hold on. Maybe if I take away the dots, maybe it's the dots. Hold on. Okay. Bam. Yeah, just keep the eye pupils out of it for right now. I think it's best if we just keep it that way. Okay. I can't tell. I draw so many traditional eyes, my perception's off. Maybe it's the way I'm back. Welcome back, Infinity. Maybe if I like this. Maybe I do it this way. What do you guys think? No, I'll get... Shit. Hold on. There we go. Now, maybe I should put up a... So, blue is for it looks fine, red is like you need to fix. Red is for fix. What? Is up? Okay, yeah. Blue is for no fixing, red is for fixing. You guys can pick which one. I don't know. I feel like the eyes are a bit too spaced, but it could be just me. So it gives you guys the option. It needs fixing. So far it says it needs fixing. Needs fixing. Okay, needs fixing. Okay. Okay. Because that's what needs fixing. I'll have to fix it later.
Yeah, so which is shocking that everybody's still into Freddy's as much as they were like 5 or 6
You're
years
lucky you can
ago.
fix the eyes on a
With the
computer. I
reported
am stuck with a
39.5
pencil.
million on
Well,
domestic
I
box
understand,
office
but like I always prefer traditional anyway. You'll benefit more from traditional than you would digital anyway. You'll be a better artist anyway. The only reason why I don't use traditional is because I'm not rich like that.
The movie is already on.
I do. That's how I got into digital anyway. I did traditional most of my life, and I got into digital when I was 23. I was doing drawing. I was drawing with pencil, marker, and all that shit from when I was 6 all the way to 23 or 24. I only got into digital 4 years ago. Wow, you post some of your traditional art on TikTok? Oh, no, not on TikTok. I did that on Instagram, I think. I did that on Facebook, but that was to myself, but like I only started posting digital when I did Artexrtic. That was around the same time. That the time I started doing digital was the time I started Artexrtic. I did post a few traditional artwork I did in the past. Perfect example, let me show you. There are some that are on my Instagram, but it was when I was redoing drawing. Like, so let me go to the bottom. Is this okay? Yeah, it's at the far bottom, so it looks like I only do digital because it's cleaner and it's a lot more easier to deal with because I don't have to worry about a bunch of erasing and ripping the paper and all that shit. And my hands being too black, and touching the ink and all that stuff. Oh. Tab. Navigate to the partner settings tab of, scroll down about halfway under the cheer section. Click enable cheering with bits. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll get straight to that in a second. Hold on. Oh my head. Damn, I have to load that in? Are you serious? Okay. Damn, I'm getting pulled back in my training days. Jesus Christ. We're going back in time here. Damn, this is my. I think I blew up within this time. I think I blew up within one of these pictures, I believe. Holy shit. And you don't really notice how much work you put into you'll actually go back. Holy shit. Here it is. So I did this back in 2010. Kratos on paper. This was on paper and pencil on a computer sheet. I was just fucking around in class doing this. This is you don't like your work back then. Yeah. I don't like my work back then, but I understand it though. I don't like it, but I do accept it. And now this is the one I did when I was using the symmetrical tool. Then I made Kratos in 2018. And mind you, this is when I still was learning how I use digital at the time. It was easy for me to draw Kratos the way it did because I used a symmetrical tool. So I didn't have to worry about being super precise because they already did the work for me, being precise based on whatever I did, just like what we was doing earlier. I didn't have to worry about being extremely cautious on how I drew it at the time. Yep. And then I added, and this is around the time where he gets mature to fatherhood and looking the way he does now. I just literally put a beard on his face. I didn't make no changes. I want to draw digital, but there's so many programs on it. It just depends what you pick. I suggest pick Clip Studio Paint. It's much easier, or Procreate if you want to start off. Then if you want to go more advanced-ish, I will say go Photoshop. But then again, it's not like it's a big advance. If you're just trying to draw, you don't have to worry about all that stuff. Like if you know how to draw already, all the other stuff is really not needed at all. You just need to know. I could say this is flat. I would have curved this more. I would have curved this more now looking at it now. The closest I got to drawing was Photoshop. I kind of understood it. Well, Photoshop, depending on what you're trying to do, is a learning curve depending on what you're trying to do. But it really depends. It really truly depends. It really depends. With Clip Studio Paint, it really focuses just on artwork. Because remember, Photoshop is a photo manipulating software, so the drawing came second behind that. So I remember doing this one. Oops. Okay. I think, yeah, this is my old stuff. As you can see, how much I improved over time. I couldn't even draw any of this stuff. I was like trying stuff. Wow. It looks so terrible. At this time, I was just like posting anything. I was just drawing. You can tell this is very Majora's Mask esque. Back in like I remember the Steven Universe. I remember it was trying a lot of shit at the time. Pearl. Before Steven Universe became Steven Universe, it was like the newest show that came out on Cartoon Network. Jesus Christ. It was funny as hell looking at it now. It's kind of funny. On Fate's Day Night. Look at the gap between the ear and the eye. Look how I have a whip. Yeah, she has a whip. I think hers is a 3 whip. It's like a whip with 3 ends on the end, I think. I was just doing whatever that I think was kind of cool. Now looking back, it is kind of cringe, but and these were the first drawings of Artexrtic that I posted. The very first ones. Your art is really good. I love it. I also draw that. Damn. And this has a whip and diamond and crystal at the end. And a diamond and crystal at the end. Yeah. I gave him a nose. Yeah, this broad nose. This is funny because when I made this drawing of Shadow, what's funny about this is that I didn't have to do much. I just took the drawing here, right, and then just literally took the drawing of Sonic and just erased less of the hair in the back. That's all I did. It's literally the same exact pose when I made it. I think this one came first, right, and then this one second. You know why I even date them? Because they tell me exactly the date on them. And then I remember I drew Markiplier way back when. I'm a Shadow fan. Nice lines, I like it. Markiplier. His mouth. And then I remember I did this one of Jack Skellington way back when. And it was on paper. So to answer your question, yes, I did draw on paper at one point. It was funny. I made his head extra round than he should have. It could have worked, but I just didn't do the head right. And then I did a drawing of Crash Bandicoot with mechanical pencil. Live froze for me. Is it still frozen for you? Oh yeah, and I remember I did this one. This was kind of cool. I don't know what the hell I was trying to do with this, but I remember it was from Okami, the video game. Never mind. Okay, it's fixed. But no, but when you had the Sonic, it froze. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I remember that game back. This picture is really adorable. Followed you. Please follow back, please. Why? Why do people do that? Oh man, Jesus Christ! Look at that! Look at that! Look at this death trap! Oh my God, Uchako, I did you dirty, girl. I did you dirty, lady. I had it for the Wii. I think it was for PlayStation and Wii at the time. Was it for PlayStation 2? And then they had a third one that came on PS3, and then they didn't make any more after that. Jesus. I swear. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. She said to me. You sure you? This will make it. Yes. Fuck. Take that, bitch. Yes, publish. Anyway, let me see. Hello, what app are you using? Clip Studio Paint. Oh, that was way back when. It says unstable. Hold up. Bro. What the fuck is... It was gone. No wonder I didn't hear no one say anything. That was weird. I X'd that out? My God. I'm so sorry for anyone who was in here who said anything to me on TikTok or Twitch or YouTube or whatever the case may be. I just now realized what happened. Said to go... Hold on, Jen. You said to me... Hold on. It says here, navigate to the partner settings tab and dashboard. Okay. Layout, edit, quit editation, quick edition. Scroll down about halfway and under the cheer section. I don't think I have that. I think I have to be partnered to be that, but... Scroll down halfway. I don't think I have the ability to do that. Let me go to Instagram real quick. Okay. She said, I think for me to get bits, I have to be partnered. And I think Twitch H. How does do it when then his streaming on at the same time? How does something do it then his streaming on the Twitch TikTok? And he has only been on Twitch since 2022, I think. Wait, what's the question? I'm so confused by the question. Okay, do that again. Oh, Jesus Christ. There we go. Hold on back. Okay, she went to the cog. There's bits and stuff. Maybe I have to do this on the phone. Turn on bits. Okay, so if I go to the cog, show icons. Oh, that's important. Oh, show mod, show chat appearances, non-mod. I think I have to do this after the stream. I can't do this now. I will have to do this after the stream. Let me see. Want to hear a game story? Yeah, you can hear it real quick, Jen. Go ahead. You can tell me your game story. I guess what I'll do is just do the line art for this and then call it a night for tonight, because going to do all the coloring sounds like a big hassle. She looks too, like, kind of muscular. I think I made her body too, like, she looks older-ish. I don't know, it looks strange. Yeah, I'm gonna just finish off doing this line art and then we'll call it a night for tonight. Because it makes no sense to go in X, Y, and Z.
Pace above fellow video game adaptation, the Super Mario Bros. Movie, which premiered on the big screen earlier this year. Doesn't mean Freddy's will end up making more of an impact with ticket sales, especially given that it's on Peacock too. We went to the theater. It does prove that audiences.
Wait, it's on Peacock?
About a haunted pizzeria.
Wait,
So,
what?
Yeah, they think it's going to earn 78 million domestic. It might go higher than that. To be honest, because I don't think anybody expected it to make $40 million on Friday, domestic. And I mean, we don't know what's going to do internationally total, because this is one that does have international appeal, I think, because of it being like a YouTube thing and it not really having any I guess cultural or geographic boundaries other than being like somewhat familiar with Chuck E. Cheese. That's basically all you like. You know Chuck E. Cheese? Yeah, it's like that, except the animatronics are haunted. You know. And anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, the movie was mid though. I'm pretty sure it was. It looked like it was.
About the movie itself now. For those of you who haven't seen it, who don't want spoilers, we already spoiled it. It's about haunted animatronics. And
I think everyone knows that Freddy's is about haunted animatronics.
Yeah, so the movie itself.
Does anyone care about spoilers? Like, honestly, I'm just asking this question before they keep going on. Does anyone give a flying shit about that right now? Because if you do, I'll stop it now. Nope. Okay. Bri doesn't give a shit. I don't give a shit because, like, it's Five Nights at Freddy's. I played all the games already. I did the whole YouTube thing. Like, it's not. I just didn't do it on this channel. I did my other channel, but, like, Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know if anyone's out here saying, I need to see the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Don't tell me any spoilers. I don't think there's nothing to spoil if it's on YouTube already. It's been, like, more than a decade now. Wait, didn't yeah? Five Nights at Freddy's came out in 2013, didn't it? The first one came out in 2013. I don't. Okay. Oh, here it is. And then there we go. Okay, it seems like no one gives a shit, so I'm gonna play it anyway because I don't give a shit. Someone asked me if I'm gonna watch it. I might still watch it anyway, just for the shits and giggles, but I don't think I'm going to watch it because I just need to see it.
I'm gonna be honest. I had very, very low expectations for it. I'm like, this is not gonna be good. And it wasn't. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's not the best thing ever, and I'm a very casual. I'm casually familiar with FNAF through Pinky Boo and Squid King, but
Mostly me.
yeah, mostly you. But it's for somebody that's not like super invested in the games. Even it is a coherent, watchable movie with one really cringy part about 2/3 of the way through.
Oh
Yeah, but
shit!
I think that part is justified.
Yeah, I think because it leads up to some horrific ramifications later.
Yeah.
But the movie itself was watchable. It was serviceable. A lot of the complaints about it, I didn't get. They're like, there's no plot. It's too slow. It's like, no, I actually thought it was pretty okay. And so I walked out of the theater. I didn't feel ripped off. I didn't feel like what the hell did I do for the last 2 hours? It wasn't, to me personally, it wasn't as enjoyable as Willy's Wonderland because Willy's Wonderland had Nicolas Cage, and it was just rolling with it. It was like, yeah, this is a ridiculous premise. Let's just make this thing as ridiculous as possible. But this one kind of played it straight, and it kind of worked. It wasn't that bad. So now, as a FNAF fan, Pinky Boo, why don't you discuss your thoughts on the movie?
Okay. Well, for starters, I definitely had like the bar was on the floor for me.
Yeah.
When I heard it wasn't going to be like completely lore accurate, I kind of just assumed it was going to be completely different, which I'm very glad because it wasn't. However, as somebody who's basically just followed the games since like 2017 because I was kind of late to the FNAF thing, but I do think it definitely takes after the books more.
Yeah.
I haven't read the books, but from what I've heard of the books, definitely takes after the books more, I think. So
When you say heard from the books, are you talking about Map Hat?
you can understand what's going on. It does.
I think that's what's
kind
happening
of expect
here.
you to be in the know already, but at the end, it kind of like rushes an explanation. I guess for people who are probably just taking their kids there.
Yeah, there's books.
There was a lot of references.
Yes,
to the games.
there is books. There is about like what six books, 4. There are 28 different book novels on the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. Within 15 of those book novels, 2 being guidelines and 11 being Fazbear Frye's graphic novels. Wow. Wow. Damn. Wait. There are 7. The Harry Potter book series consists of 7 books. Discover how the story starts. What order should you read, and they'll be famous. A legend wouldn't be surprised if today was known as Harry Potter Day in the future. There will be books written about Harry, every child in our world, in his name. There are 7 books of Harry Potter, and J.K. Rowling's still rich as hell. And there are 28 books. 15 are 15. 15 of those books are guides. Those novels are like 15 of those book novels. 2 are guides, and 11 being Favre Fright's graphic novels. So technically, there are 26 straight literal books you can read, and 2 of them are literal guidelines. I like Silver Eyes and Into the Pit. See? So, Scott Kaufman got his own Goosebumps thing going on here. You know, it's funny how Goosebumps never tried to, like, make a deal with fucking Scott Kaufman in any way.
I saw, like, the It's Me in the Mirror in the one part, and then Sparky's, which, if you're a FNAF fan, you'll know about Sparky, the hoaxed dog from the first game.
Yeah, so the closest thing I can think of to my generation was they had Sheng Long, which was a rumored Street Fighter character that you could unlock back in the day, and it's like he never actually existed.
Yeah. But
what is that
Sparky
relevant
was basically a photoshopped image. And then there was a dog suit. It's kind of being debated if that was a reference to Sparky or this like dog animatronic in the books, which I thought was fun.
What does
there was a lot of references to the games, although the slight differences are what really put me on edge, like the Afton family not being the same as it was before, and people's names being changed. And I think they're kind of hinting at like Abby and Mike and stuff being more like Emily and that family, like the family of the business partner of William Afton in the games and stuff. Which again, the movie very heavily focuses on like fans because they kind of expect you to already know if you're there.
Yeah.
So if you
Then
know nothing about FNAF, I don't think you'd like it, and that's also partially why I don't think critics liked it. The one part with the cringy animatronics doing blanket forts.
Yes. That was what I was talking about. Like that threw me. Like, okay, I was all into the movie, and I'm like, okay, oh my god, we've gone full Mac and me at this point. Yeah. Like, this is just like really cringy.
But I think people forget that even though the animatronics like kill people, they are still, children. They're still children technically. So that's not that bad. And also, they were doing it so they could get a hold of Mike's little sister and make her into one of them. So there was reason behind it. It wasn't there just to be cringy, but I guess it was like also kind of a palate cleanser from people getting murdered.
Yeah, I think that was it. It was kind of like, I was like, okay, now this is just kind of dippy and kind of, and I was watching, I'm thinking like, this reminds me of like the second Ninja Turtles movie where it was just kind of like, okay, a bunch of puppets and everybody's acting like everything's like totally fine. Mike was like totally fine with it. He's like, oh yeah, it's just a bunch of killer puppets. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Build a pillow fort. Whatever, that's cool.
Excuse
I can
me?
deal with it.
Wait, excuse me?
But yeah, then
it's a fucking pillow fort
after that. Now there's nothing like super graphic in this. There's a little bit of blood and
a little bit
gets chomped in half.
Was that the Bite of '87?
This clearly takes place in the '90s though. Like it looks like early '90s. The hairstyles and everything. This is definitely nobody's.
Well, I mean, the first game does take place in the '90s.
Yeah. So
it makes sense.
Yeah, the cars and the clothes and everything. So, I'm trying to think. Did they have cell phone? I don't remember anybody having cell phones in this one.
No, Max, the babysitter chick did.
Okay.
A cell phone?
Kind of more like a like a page.
Okay, so maybe it was. I'm trying to think because it seemed like the clothes and the cars. Definitely, it was supposed to be 1990s.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
but
what the
you also
fuck?
have to remember this takes place after the restaurant got closed down, and I don't remember if the games actually took place after. But I will admit I'm pretty biased, but overall it's definitely better than what I was expecting.
Yeah.
Are there things that I would have done differently? Yes, but I'm just glad we finally have a movie after
I
almost
don't.
a decade.
Yeah, now they're talking.
don't.
I mean, I can almost guarantee, given this thing only cost $25 million, and given how much money it's already made back its budget. I think
back.
that there were going to be sequels. I do think that they're eventually going to get into Security Breach, which we played through.
Yeah.
Based on one of the characters that's introduced, I'm like, oh, I get that one. I know that one.
Because you played it with me.
Yeah, I'm like, I know who that is, but I'm like, whoa, she's way early.
Yeah, no,
Way
I think
early.
that lead up to like the Vanny thing, which also game spoilers. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the Security Breach thing because for me, I feel like FNAF kind of ended at Pizzeria Simulator, and Security Breach wasn't really necessary. I mean, it's a fun game. It's silly. It doesn't feel like the other FNAF games though, and it doesn't really follow the same storyline. So I don't know how I feel about Security Breach.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if they'll go
FNAF wise.
Since it made a lot of money and since a lot of kids are going to see this, and this is a Blumhouse movie for crying out loud. But
I thought it was going to be way more violent.
I thought it was going to be more violent too. I really did. But it's kind of weird because like this weird because Henson did the costumes. You can tell this felt like something that Henson would have worked on. So I said like Ninja Turtles because they did the costumes for that, and like Dark Crystal and Labyrinth where it was kind of that level of scariness, but it wasn't like over the top horror. It was more psychological, But
What's good, my dudes? What's up, Liv?
Busking animatronic heads in Willy's Wonderland and mopping it up, drinking the soda, and playing pinball. Going on break. I love that. But no, I think it was okay. What would you rate? Like, what would you rate it out of 10?
Out of 10, I think I would give it a solid 7.
A 7.
Am a huge Five Nights at Freddy's fan. I almost decorated my room to look like The Office in the first game.
Why? What? What? Why? Holy shit. I don't know the graphs of this fucking show. I don't know why kids are so into this fucking thing. Like, I get it, but I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, I get why kids are into Harry Potter. I get why kids are into fucking Avatar. I get why kids are into Soul Eater. I get it. But I just don't get the Five Nights Freddy's thing. Like she literally said, I want my room to look like the office. A janitor's office. Are you fucking serious? Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just an old head. Maybe that's the problem. I'm just an old dinosaur and I just don't get it. Like, it's just like, Jesus Christ, bro. Like, I get it, but I don't get it. Like, I understand you might like the show or the movie or whatever because the games, but I don't understand why would you want to make your room look like that of janitor's office. That is the most baffling thing for me to ever hear. That really just, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. And it doesn't even have to make sense to me. It's just like, kids are just built different. They're just built different. I'm just built obsolete and old. I just don't get it. I finally admit to that point where I say I just don't get it. 'Cause like, Jesus Christ, it's literal killer, it's killer animatronics. Like, it's just, where's the appeal of that? Like, geez, it's like that's like That's like a grown ass man, like not grown ass. That's like a person, a kid being into a Killer Elmo. And you know what's sad? I think people will go watch that. People will go watch Elmo like offing people for the because we all went to go see the well not went, but we all wanted or went to go see the Pooh Bear thing. And you see how that turned out. Like Jesus Christ. It's just it's what the I don't get it. I don't think I'll ever get it. I think it's just one of those things I'll just never understand. In my opinion, it's just yeah. I'm not gonna lie. If Five Nights did well, because they made their money back, which it actually did well. If we're talking business wise, if it did well like that, what that actually going to indicate is that Undertale's probably gonna come right after that one. I am telling you right now, there's going to be an Undertale's movie. I'm telling you, with or without the acknowledgement with what's his face? What's his name? Toby. I'm telling you now, it's going to happen. One of these days, it's going to fucking happen. God forbid it's going to be live action. Like if it's God forbid, you know why? It's gonna be ass. I'm telling you. Everything's gonna be CGI as hell and scary. Oh, Jesus Christ! How do you make Sans? And then explain the premise of this. Fucking. Why is it not? Why is it not doing what I told it to do? Why is it not doing what? Oh, okay. I'm stupid. Oh, Jace, why? Why you do this, bro? Live action will be crazy, but I don't think it'll end up well. If anything, if it's not going to be in theaters, it's going to be on a streaming service. Beps believe if it's not going to be in movie theaters, what do you call it? What do you call it? Netflix will get its little grubby hands on it. And I know all you guys say, but One Piece, like, okay, One Piece worked because it was just ridiculous enough to be like taken seriously, but something like I don't know, something like fucking Undertale is, I think, is a little different. I just have that feeling it's a bit different though. Call me crazy, but I think it's just a little different. How do you feel about the one? I have not seen it yet. That's I want to go see it. I keep putting it off. I keep putting that shit off. I know I shouldn't be doing that, but I keep putting it off. People say it's good. More I think what's happening is that because the bar is so low that our expectation was so low that it's much greater than we're making out to be. I'm thinking, but then again, I could be extremely wrong and be like, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. So that really, really depends. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like it won't be good. It might be good. I still don't like how the fishmen look on fucking on the One Piece show. But then again, how can you make them look like believable based on the anime? Like that's really difficult to do. So me asking the fishmen to look picture perfect is almost a near impossible thing to ask. That's just kind of dumb to ask. You know what I'm saying? So and the only reason I'm putting it off because the girlfriend and I is just watching like One Piece all over again. We're at episode like 95. We just left. I think we're just at the part. Like we're just at the part where they got chopper and they're just about to land on Alabasta with the princess. Last time I left off on One Piece on my own was back when they just left Thriller Bark. That's the last time I left off on literal One Piece, like literally like left off. Like that's the farthest I've gotten. I think the last thing I remember after that was they went to a hotel or something like that. They literally went to some like water hotel from getting rest from. I think Luffy's smile is creepy or funny. It looks like he's forcing it. Oh, the guy who plays him. No, it's hard to. It's like, see, that's the thing with anime. Anime is hard to like literally mimic because like anime is very expressive and it's very stylized. So it's really hard for a human to like do Kingdom Hearts levels of like shit. You know what I'm saying? Like okay, it's very cringe. Like okay, the scene where fucking Sora is pretending to smile in the first game is cringe as hell. Now having a whole human do it is even more worse. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty human based for it to do. Like for someone like Sora. Like it's not like he's doing something very over the top, but the fact that you hear him say "ee," you know that stuff, it's just like it's kind of like it's cartoonish, but it's just acceptable enough to say, okay, I get it. But if you see a grown ass person doing it, whether it's a child or a grown ass person who knows the games or whatever the case may be, it's beyond more cringy. It's almost clinically painful to watch. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just. It's a lot like those dudes who who dress like fucking Zametsu and chasing every Nezuko he sees and jumps into the wall. That is cringe. I'm not gonna lie to you. I get it, but like that is really unnecessary. And some of them will be really hurting themselves just to, stay in character per se. But really, it's just not needed. And I know it's all in good fun, but like Jesus Christ. Yeah, I saw that video too. I was literally cringing. I was like, oh, bro. Like, this is why when family asks me, what do I do to make money? I don't want to let them know on it. Like, how, what do you do? I do commission work and artwork and shit. And like, oh, you do that anime shit. And I'm like, yes, I do that anime shit. And then some of my aunts be like, why do you draw their breasts so big? I'm like, I like how you females focus on the breast, but you never focus on the face. Very, 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 very suspicious. Very suspicious. Never ever complain about the face. They always complain about the titties. Or the naughty bits that is, well, most women value the most. It's kind of funny. Tell me where your true focus is. Yeah, but when I saw that video of the dude jumping into the wall after the Nezuko, I think he actually did hurt himself. And I think if I remember right, I think I saw on a YouTube video. Some YouTuber said that I think cons are now forever going to make it their mission that if you're playing as a character, don't go over the top, because if you do, you can cause bodily harm, and they don't want to be responsible for your dumbass being stupid. You know what I'm saying? So like it's and I don't like being that guy saying anime is cringy. It's not cringy. It's the people that make it cringy makes it cringe. Anime is not cringe. Even when they're talking about the power of friendship, it's not cringy. Because it makes sense to that medium. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like if you watch your dog scratches. It's like watching your dog scratching its face. It uses its like hind legs to, like it's back legs to itch itself. But when you see a grown ass person doing that, it cringe the fuck out of you. That's what I'm saying. Or watching a baby do something what a baby would do because babies don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of expected. But when, like, it's like when you hear Naruto give a whole like speech about being strong and some shit, you're kind of like, okay, whatever, it is what it is. That's anime. But when you hear a grown ass person try to do it in real life in a scenario that is not needed, and I'm not talking about they're doing a recreation, they're literally using it in a real life situation, mentioning like the heart of their feelings, or they mention the word heart in their friendship and how strong their heart will be. That hurts. It's like, like, please don't. The people in the community makes it weird. Yes, very much so. Very much so. It's just very frustrating. This is why it's weird, because like when you're an artist, I think most artists don't do, like, I'm pretty sure majority of most artists don't engage like that, because they have to be sitting there like I do for hours and then making these characters look things. So they're kind of mellow about majority of most anime aesthetic stuff. Like, but when people who don't like make anime content tend to take it to a place where it doesn't need to be. I notice that anime creators, whether artists, YouTuber, TikToker, or something, they tend to keep it kind of chill 90% of the time. No, 98% of the time. But the people who don't make anime content, like art or whatever, they tend to really ruin it for everyone else by saying cringy or doing cringe stuff, or even pervy stuff that doesn't need to be needed in the slightest. It's a lot like I think the number one person I can at least pick on this is the dude who plays Sasuke. If you know who I'm talking about on TikTok, you know who I'm talking about. The dude who pretends to be Sasuke and does a lot of Sasuke cringe shit. That's why so many people don't get into. Yeah, that's really the reason why. It's not because it's anime. It's not about the anime titties. It's not about that. It's like shit. I think most people would get into anime. Like, okay, I think people who say anime is weird will get into anime first before they get into furry shit. Like, straight up. I'm not even kidding. I think literally, I'm not trying to attack anyone who's a furry. This is not a furry attack. I'm just saying 9 times out of 10, if they have to choose between being a furry or being an anime fan, even if they're not into anime, they'll pick the anime thing because at least they can at least identify that these characters look like humans. I think that's what it is. 9 times out of 10. And because it's just much more popular to like at least be into that instead of being a furry. You know what I'm saying? So like, this is the weird thing, because when people are furries, it's like it comes off like exactly the people who we talk about who's weird, and they're not weird, but it's like it's just they have to be in the whole costume just to, not all the time, but like it's hard to explain this without it sounding mean, which I'm not trying to entail, but like it's just hard to explain. I think you guys know what I'm trying to say here, but like, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Why is what? Wait, is it? Wait, hold on. Why is it not doing? Oh, okay, it is doing that. It's just okay. I couldn't see it. Oh, that's why I couldn't see it. That's why. They do a little bit. Yeah, they do a little bit extra. That was it. It's like they're extra. Like, to be an extra anime fan, you have to go out your way to do X, Y, and Z. Like, almost to the point that you have to be like very clinically not aware of your surroundings. Like, you have to be like literally have balls of steel to do the shit you're doing in public for it not to come off like really. You know what I'm saying? But like for furries, it's a little bit more different. You don't even have to be extra. I think the extraness is the fact that you're wearing the costume. for most people. You know what I'm saying? Which is weird because like it's not like they're doing anything wrong per se, you know what I'm saying? Like what's the difference between a furry outfit and someone who dresses like Tenzin from Demon Slayer? I guess the only difference is one is aesthetically pleasing depending on who's wearing the outfit compared to someone who's just wearing a costume, a full-blown suit. I guess that's the only thing I can probably think. So I try to figure the bit stuff out. I'll try to figure out more by. No, you don't have to, hun. You're perfectly fine. I think I have to be partnered, and I need to go check if you get partnered. Do you have? Am I still allowed the multi-stream? And I think Twitch made an announcement about that just, I think a week ago. I think they made a literal announcement that you're allowed to multi-stream while partnered. I think. I'm not totally sure. Those of you who are more into Twitch news, you probably can educate me on that. I think they made an announcement just recently on that. I think. I'm not going to say they did or didn't. I'm just trying to. Hold on. I just want to fix something that's been bugging me for the longest while. I had Nintendo 64, Game Boy Color, and Wii, DSi, and Xbox 360, and then PS5. Wow, you went from the 90s to the early 2006, all the way to literally 2023. You jumped a whole decade. Holy shit! And all of them are Nintendo. Why did you went from Nintendo, Microsoft to the PlayStation? Holy shit! That's wild. Okay, I think I don't like how this came out per se. I feel like the head is too not the head, the hair is too symmetrical, so I'm gonna probably have to make some changes to the hair or like go back to our reference and look at what was. Yeah, I think there's something wrong here. Something in translation did not go well with the hair. I think the problem is that the hair is too widened and there's not enough bumps and lumps, enough bumps to indicate that this is hair. It looks like a giant helmet, so we need to fix that later. Can you look at my art in the Discord? I think it came out pretty good. Luckily for you, I don't. Oh wait, I did. Okay, let's see what we are doing here. Oh, it came out pretty good. Good stuff. The shading came pretty good, but make sure that. Let me see. Based on what I'm seeing here is like. I would blend a little bit more here. This is fine. I would try to figure out the form here. You have to figure out the form. It's too straight. It's too hard edged. It's like flat. It's flattening this. This right here is flattening this. So we need to fix this by figuring out the form. The best way to do this is make some lines. How can I explain this? So like for instance, like here, see how these lines here shows the representation of the form of the leg. So like let's use example here. Like I would use form to figure it out. So like if you're having a hard time doing form, say like I come out to this leg here, and then I would this, and then remember I'm not using a straight line. I'm curving as if it was like a 3D object, like this, like that, right? Curve, 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 and it wraps around. We have to make sure it wraps around. Don't make it straight. And then to make it even more prevalent, like this, you have to make lines like this. All right, like this. Make these. See what I'm saying? Like make these maps, and then you use these maps. No matter how these meshes, these map meshes, these planes, to indicate to you where the shading should be. So like say for instance the light's coming this way, and let's just use this. Let's use a light blue. Okay, and then oh shit. Okay. Right, and then these will indicate to you where you should know where. So like if the light's coming this way, I will erase in this bracket here and keep it easier for me to understand where the light is here. Now if it's not a hard edge situation, what you do is should erase just enough so it doesn't seem so hard edgy. You know what I'm saying? More shadow from along the body, yeah. So, and then here as well. The fuck is okay? Here it is. So like here as well. See how much more visually appeasing that is because we're using the map as our guideline to keeping things a lot more aesthetically pleasing to that extent. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works like that. So let me take away the lines here. See how 3D that looks now? Because the point is to keep the form intact. If you keep the form intact, it will pop. It doesn't matter what color you're using. I love shading drawings. Yeah, they're very aesthetically pleasing. In most cases, it's very very pleasing. I think one of my favorite shading drawings I ever did was one of my recent, not recent, but pretty recent works. It was I think it was this one. It was definitely this one because it really popped really well based on perspective, and it had really nice 3D shading based on planes. I was doing a plane study on this. I liked it so much I didn't bother to make it into a character. I just liked how it came out completely. Because the visuals look so nice, I did not want to ruin it with a character. So I used this as a plane study for myself to understand planes and when the shade, when they use hard edges, soft edges, and It was two things. It was edge control and plane placement. So it really popped very well the way it did for most. So I had that 3D, 2D, 2.5D thing going on. And this was just a study. It was not like I was using a reference. I was just studying based on light source. So. But anyway, I think I did enough for today. We did our line arts. I think I talked a little too much and I should have. We did our line art today. And all that good stuff. Tomorrow, we're just going to focus on color. We're going to focus we're just going to focus just on color tomorrow. We'll be having fun doing no shading, but we're just going to find colors that really fits her. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. And stuff like that. So if you guys enjoy what I do, if you like my commentary or you like my teaching methods or whatever case may be a Patreon member and keep me supported so I can keep doing this on TikTok. Or if you don't want to be a Patreon member, you can always donate through the Cash App link in the description. Or if you want a commission from me and you want me to do it on stream, let me know. Or if you want a VTubing model, let me know and then I'll do it on stream. Depending on which section you pick, it will depending how fast I'll get it done, but I'll definitely do it on stream. If you want your shit to be showcased based on your debut or a case may be, if you want to do streaming or whatever your reason may be. If you want a VTubing model, just read my bio. But please be aware, the prices that's on my VTubing chibi models are extremely different from my commissioned drawing models because they're just literally drawing like I did this thing. And there was no separation of layers and making things perfect and making sure certain things are separated so whenever you give it to your rigger, they'll love me. I make sure all my riggers love me so whenever they get work from me, they don't have to sit there and be like, what the fuck is this shit? You know what I'm saying? So how much they cost? Well, that's pricey because of my recognition on my work. This is usually how they cost base price, and most of this is pretty cheap. For most, these are actually cheap prices because the character that I'm using is what I created. I just had someone rig it. I tried to do the rigging on myself, but it was taking way too long and I got frustrated, so I had someone else do the rigging. But I definitely did the character designing. And I only did a half body for myself because I didn't need to see legs. But if I did make legs, it would have taken a bit longer, but it would have been done. So yeah. Oh, and the ears are just a prop. That's not part of my design for those of you who are new to my shit. I'm not a furry. It was just for Halloween purposes once Halloween's over. Actually, quite frank. Okay. And then what I'll do is... There we go. And what we'll do is this was a gift from my rigger, so let me see. Can you add VC to your Discord? I forgot to do that. I gotta do that this week. I keep forgetting to I keep putting it off. I keep forgetting about Discord, but I will do that. What's the point of a VC again? A voice chat? What? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. See the point of a voice chat. This thing is not hanging. Oh, it's only on him, huh? But it's not on me. Nah, forget it. Okay, so I'll just give him the thing. There we go. There you go. Yeah, I'll put a thing. I'm just forgetting to do it. I have to remember. Just send me a message to remind myself, or send me a message on Instagram. I tend to forget a lot about Discord. I hate Discord, to be honest. So all right, guys. I think we're done for today. I think I did what I needed to do today. All that great stuff. So like I said, if you want commissions, go to my link tree on TikTok or Instagram or whatever site you're seeing this on. If you want to support me, you can be a Patreon member. I haven't posted a lot of like NSFW stuff lately, but I will be soon. As soon as this character design thing is out of the way, I'll be drawing more females, more naughty stuff, because that's supposed to where the gulag is. For those who are more adult, if you want, furry donation is always supporting me based on making more content. So like, even if you don't want the naughty stuff, you can always support, just supporting for the sake of supporting, so I can make more content and do more teaching like this and stuff like that. Can mods do that too? Mods, what do you mean? Well, make a VC? I think they can. I think I have to give the permission. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I'll have to check that, bud. I'm not gonna gonna play like I know. I don't know, to be honest. I have to go check. I'm not even gonna play. If possible, I'll give you the option to, Bri, if you want. I don't think that'll cause too much headache. I trust Bri and my mods to keep shit in check when I'm not around, so I'm not too worried about it. So I'll give you the permission if possible. If I can't, then I'll just make it. Alright, kids, baby. Alright, guys. I think we call it for a night. Like I said, follow on all my social media. Links in the description, blah, blah, blah. It's in my link doobie-doo thing. Like you said, if you want commission from me, let me know. If you want VTubing commission from me, let me know. Send me a message. You look at the quote, blah, blah, blah. Look at my prices, so don't get sidelined and compare one thing to the next, because someone tried to do that stupid shit, and that was really dumb. All right, have a great night, guys. Keep safe. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. If I'm not on, then I'll see you guys. If I'm not on Saturday or Sunday, you'll see me on Wednesday or so. Peace, W Artist. Thank you, guys. All right, be safe, guys. I'm out of here. Oh, he's getting cut off. Oh, whatever. I'm out. Bye bye. Do 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 do. Okay, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch. I played your game. I didn't do anything wrong. I have no copyright issues, so fuck off. All right, I'm out. Later.